Hopefully that started right. Man, I'm telling you, man, after a million times doing these things, but I want to make sure that the stream works for, like 20, 25 seconds. Getting a connection, audio's fine, and then kind of just dive into it. So everything looks good on my end. I see things going all over the place on my mixer. I see people in the live chat. Looks like they're recognizing you. They see that you have a nice background, which is nice. It's very nice. Not going to dox where you're at, but it's very forestry.
It is in good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on your time zone, latitude, and attitude towards the Electoral College. I'm up here in the Pacific Northwest, and so you see northwesty things out here. It's in a place that's very, very green and not on fire, which is nice. And we're here with Steve to answer a very, 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 very important question. Will Manya have to pay money to a charity today?
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to go on a limb and say that yes, and approximately I know how much. It's not a huge amount, but it's the point. And also the follow-up question would be, does Macabre owe me $20? Yes, and he believed that he will after this, right? Because I was a straight bet for me. My bet with him was just that Biden's going to win. Your bet was a little more intricate based upon the amount of votes that the Electoral College does every 4 years. It's a quad-annual
event. It's counted
event.
And certified, right?
Yes. It's already been certified initially. Each state has certified. Then they count them in the House. Yes.
Yeah.
So the House is going to count them every the 6th of January, which happens to be today, which is at 1 o'clock Eastern, which should be in about 30 minutes, give or take, right? And so we kind of wanted to discuss the process, why they do this, what actually it is. Is there a hope for Trumpsters out there to go, oh, well, this whole election is going to be set aside and Trump's going to win and he'll be in for another 4 years, and kind of squash that narrative, I guess, because it's kind of ridiculous. I'm not going to say it's 1,000% impossible, but it's kind of ridiculous. But Landon here is going to kind of dive into why we have this electoral process to count them and what it actually signifies, and kind of go from there.
Yeah. So people might have heard of the Electoral College. First of all, to understand, in the United States, we do not have a national election. Right? We never had a national election, and there's no provision in the Constitution for a nationwide election. We have 50 elections in states and an election in the District of Columbia, and that's it. Now, what happened on November 3rd? What people went to the polls to help each state determine which electors were going to vote, and there are only 538 people that are allowed to cast a vote for president and a vote for vice president. That has happened. Each state has certified under their rules whose slate of electors became their. So if you were a U.S. voter and you saw on the ballot, a check mark for Trump and check mark for Biden, you weren't actually voting for that person. You were voting to say, I want that person's electoral nominees to vote on behalf of my state.
You're voting for a delegate to cast their vote today.
Yes. And so it is then that those people met in December.
Actually, yeah, they already. I should say they don't cast their vote today. They cast their vote back in December. Those are tallied today.
Yes, and so the by the way, and the Electoral College vote it's not a secret ballot. It's open, right? You can see who voted for whom in that process. But U.S. has a multi-stage process where a vote is taken, a vote is recorded, a vote is counted, that count is certified, that certification goes to a formal body to be essentially validated, right? So when I became, before I became a city councilor at the city of Sunnyvale, people voted for me. I won more than 50% on a three-way vote. The registrar tallied up the votes and said Landon, Noll won seat number 1. That certification was then brought before the existing city council, who said, yes, we confirm that this certification is correct. And then I got to go and swear the oath of office, and then I became a city council member. So there's all these steps, right? The casting of votes, the counting of votes, the certification of the count, the ratification of that certification, and then the oath of office. So today, there's a joint session of the House and the Senate, where both bodies normally meet separately on the other sides of thing, are going to meet in the House. So the senators are going to come into the House of Representatives chambers, because that's the only chamber that's large enough to hold all 35 members. And they will have what's called a joint session of Congress. This is a special joint session of Congress, and it's governed by something called the Electoral Count Act of 1887. And if you go to Wikipedia and type in Electoral Count Act, you'll see this text, and you say, well, what's going on here? I mean, why isn't Biden president? Well, first of all, Biden has to swear the oath of office on January 20th. But before that, you have to count the actual electors. You say, well, I can count them, right? Isn't the count already done? Answer is no. This session today is going to happen today. It's going to start in roughly 23 minutes. Will be the session where they'll be counted. We can go over
officially counted.
Yeah, officially counted, right? This came about because there was a very, very disputed election in 1876. I mean, U.S. has had a series of really contentious elections. Well, 1876 presidential election was particularly contentious. And part of the contention occurred from states where there'll be different groups of electors meeting the same state and casting votes. And Congress had to start and say, well, which slate of electors do we count? And there was a really bitterly divided Congress in 1876. We also had elections in 1880 and 1884. So what Congress had just said, we can't keep doing this sort of thing. We got to come up with a way that we actually count it. And so what the act minimizes congressional involvement in dispute elections. Now, let me say it again. The process going on today is to minimize Congress's involvement. The act sets out procedures and deadlines for state to follow resolving disputes, certifying elections. So there's a process by which, for example, called a safe harbor, where essentially a state says, so-and-so won, here's the certification, here are the electoral votes, and those copies are sent Congress. Congress does have the final determination, but what it says is that if a state has followed the requirements of the act, that's it. Now, there is a process by which Congress can object. And so we're going to probably see this happen when we get to Arizona. What requires is that, so what will happen is that Mike Pence, as Vice President of the United States, President of the Senate, will preside over the meeting, but he's not the person who decides the election, right? He's more like, if you think of the Academy Awards, the person who goes up there and opens up the envelope to say, and the winner is blah, 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 right? That person can't sit there and say, oh, I disagree with this vote. Let me substitute another envelope, right? When the Academy Awards occur, the votes have been taken, the votes have been certified, and they know who wins. The person opening the envelope is just ceremony. It's procedural ceremony, but ceremony. That's what Mike Pence's role is. And this act of 1887 is going to say that Mike Pence will open up the session. They will bring in 2 mahogany boxes. One box is for states A through M. One box is from N through W, since Wyoming's the last state. And in those boxes are 51 envelopes, 50 states and DC. DC is allowed to vote for, has 3 electors per amendment to the Constitution. And they'll open up the envelopes in alphabetical order. So he'll open up and he'll say Alabama, right? And in that, what will happen is they'll say something like, and Mike Pence will read out, the state of Alabama casts 9 votes for Trump for president, 9 votes for Pence for vice president. Now, there are 4 tellers. These are people recording it. There'll be 2 tellers by the majority party, Republicans, 2 tellers for the minority party on Democrats. So typically you have a Republican senator, a Republican representative, a Democratic senator, and a Democratic representative. These are the people looking at the ballots and are recording things. They'll be up there in the dais doing the same process. We have 4-way set. When a state submits, they submit multiple copies. I believe there's typically 6, although they usually do 7 just to be sure. And 1 copy Pence has, 1 copy each state has, 1 copy is in the National Archives, and 1's for for safety purposes. But these they're going to go through and they'll mark down and say, okay, Trump has 9 votes, Pence has 9 votes for Alabama. There'll be a pause. During that pause, anyone in Congress can stand up and submit a written objection. In order for it to be a valid objection, you have to have a senator and a representative, both agreeing to the objection, right? One will submit the written objection, the other person seconds it. When that happens, when there's objection, then the Electoral College count is paused. The senators have to leave the chamber and go to the Senate, on the other side of the Capitol building, and both the Senate and the House then go and hear the objection. This is why you have to have a member of the House of Representatives and a member of the Senate doing the objection, because they're the ones that come up to the chamber and say, hey, I objected because blah, 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 blah. And the act says that each chamber has 2 hours, up to 2 hours to debate this. At the end of that debate, both the House and Senate independently vote, right? Majority rules. And if and only if the Senate upholds the objection and the House upholds the objection, then only then will electoral votes be set aside. They won't be changed. They'll be set aside. So important what's happening is that they're saying, shall we count the 9 votes of Alabama? No objections, they'll move on to the next one, I believe is, or maybe it's Alaska and so forth. They'll go down alphabetical order. We expect, and it's been threatened, that when they get to Arizona, one of the quote disputed states by some people, there will be somebody in the House will stand up and submit a formal objection. There will be more than one senator that will second it, and they'll pause. Normally this counting process may take about 30 minutes. But we could be here for a number of hours, depending on how many times they want to annoy stuff. But remember, the only thing that can happen is that Congress can set aside votes. Now, there's an important thing that happens here. If and only if a candidate for president or candidate for vice president receives 270, do they win? If at the end, when they get to Wyoming and no one has 270, then the Constitution says that the election for president goes to the House of Representatives, the election for vice president goes to the Senate. And the House of Representatives election is special. Each state has 1 vote. District of Columbia not being a state, doesn't count. And so the House and the Senate get to vote on the top 3 electoral vote getters. In this case, only Biden and Trump have votes for president. Only Harris and Pence have votes for vice president. So it'll be a 2-way vote. And what happens in the House is each state has to come together and the representatives say, okay, how will the state of California vote? How will the state of Texas vote? Well, they go along party lines. If the vote goes along party lines in the House of Representatives, the Republicans, even though they don't hold a majority in the House, they hold a majority in 27 of the 50 states. So if the vote for president goes to the House because they set aside enough electors so that Biden doesn't get 270, then Trump will have at least likely 27 votes and he will become president.
All right, okay, there's a lot to unpack there, so let me do it kind of systematically. Okay, first of all, thank you, Milwaukee Atheist, our friend Milwaukee Atheist, Lufa. He has said, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on your time zone and latitude.
Thank you, sir. And good. Welcome to Milwaukee Atheists. And of course, places like Milwaukee are some reasons why Trump is upset.
We'll get him on the program here soon. And I'm going to be on, I guess, reading biblical stuff on his channel again. All right. So diving into what you said, first of all, does the House is the one that says I have an objection, and the Senate is the one that seconds it, or the vice versa?
So all it takes is one person from each chamber.
Okay, but who? So the House can do it, and then the Senate can second it, or the Senate can do it, and the House second it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
traditionally, if there's one or the other, it's a House member that starts and the Senate follows. The reason why is that when they split up, the person who objected, written objection or seconder, is the one then that people come and say, okay, what's the objection? And they talk, and at some point they
All right.
vote and
So
go back.
so this okay. So when we get into like the group out there that thinks that there's a small slim chance for Trump to still get elected, I cannot say in good conscience it is impossible. It is highly immaculately so improbable, and here's the reasons why. Okay, so follow me along with this and see if you agree, Landon.
Yep.
The most contentious states out there probably going to be Georgia, Arizona, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
Okay.
and probably Michigan, Wisconsin too.
All right,
But
but I don't think that they're going to object. I don't think they're going to object. But we guarantee Georgia's there's going to be an objection. We guarantee that, right?
yeah,
And also, when you say that Mike Pence, who's the vice president, is a ceremonial figurehead, I don't expect him to do anything radical. I don't think that he will like try to pull it's more than ceremonial and I denounce this and do something stupid, because I think he does respect the process. I think he's already told Trump he's lost. So I don't expect anything like that. However, we do expect that there will be some pushback, and Georgia especially will try to get their votes set aside. Now, if they were to get their votes set aside, it would take Georgia, Pennsylvania, probably Wisconsin and Michigan, as you said, and how many states would it take for them to have a senator or Republican or a representative asked to have an objection, have it voted on, and have those counts set aside so they get underneath to 270, at which point each state would cast one vote, and all they would have to get would be a simple majority of over 25, which in this case would be 27, and still Trump would lose. So it would be extremely far-fetched for anybody to bet on Trump winning. Nobody's thinking that. It's just the radicals think that that's the case. However, is it constitutionally possible? The answer has to be yes. Would you agree?
yes. It's technically possible, but because, for example, if you sit there and say, well, let's say that they set aside Arizona, the next one would be Georgia. Biden still has 279. Then they go for the next one, let's say Michigan. Now Biden has 263. Remember, all that Congress can do if both House and the Senate uphold the objection is to set aside electors. Right? And at that point, so it doesn't change it. It just sets it aside. At that point, when they get to the end, if they get 3 states, when they get to the end, no one has 270. And then the Constitution says the House votes for president and the Senate votes for vice president.
Yes.
So it would require a majority of the members of the House, the current House, and the majority of the members of the Senate to set aside enough electoral votes so that no one gets 270.
Correct. Yeah, again, that doesn't make it impossible. Highly, vastly, incredibly implausible, and nobody would ever bet on that because the chances are effectively zero. But you cannot say it's impossible because it is constitutionally possible. Quick thing, super chat. Rodent, no last name, $5. Thank you, Rodent. He says, prediction: the obstructionist tactics fail. Trump has the most epic Twitter meltdown in history. I would not bet against that prediction. I think you're absolutely right, and I think there will be obstructionism. And I also think that the senators and Republicans that vote to have their states' ballots set aside will face huge political ramifications.
Yes, and so you might say, well, why do it anyway if you're going to fail? And I can say honestly, having been in legislative sessions, there are reasons why you push the vote and fail. Right? You want to document who's on what side. So if you know you're on the losing side, sometimes you can effectively win in the long term because the backlash against the ones who win.
Well, that's what they're relying on.
Okay.
I think they are relying incorrectly. I think that they're trying to play, like you said, a long game. But I think politically that anything associated with Trump is going to be toxic, even in the long run. And people have a very long memory, especially when, you just mentioned before, you were talking about the election going back to the 1800s, right? There's a question on the table for that, which we'll get to from And tree feline, I have not forgotten. But, you're going back a long time because that was so almost, unheard of, even though it is constitutionally possible, that it still, people remember it. People will remember this in a very, very long time because of the fact that you have somebody who is the president, who I think is pretty well standard that he is a narcissist, he is a egocentric, he is an authoritative, authoritarian.
I'm not a clinical diagnosis, but I think you're pretty safe.
You don't have. See, here's the beauty of opinions. You don't have to be a clinical psychologist to say, I believe, in my opinion, he has every characteristic of these types of things. But but people, even politically, you don't have to be a political analyst to know he's authoritarian, right? I mean, you don't have to have any special expertise to make these kinds of judgmental, off the cuff kind of remarks. That's because you're not making a medical diagnosis, you're not making an economic or political diagnosis. You're giving people your opinion. But here's the thing. He's not going to go quietly into that good night. He's already made it very clear he's not going to have concession speech, which is, again, almost unheard of in the political spectrum. It has always been just pure ceremony that the outgoing president has a bit of decorum and is allowed to leave the office with their head held high. And he's not taking advantage of that. He's going to go on that Marine One, flying out of the White House on January 20th, kicking and screaming the entire time. And I think that he's going to continue afterwards saying that the election was rigged. It was, unfair, even though there's been zero evidence for that. Eventually, that will probably have to die out. But that's my prediction. But let me give you a quick question from a feline, and then we can kind of go on.
Sure.
She asked you, how does the contentions compare between the 1876 and the 2020-21 elections, 2021 included as per the Georgia state runoffs?
I mean, the 1896 one is definitely much, much worse than there. This was Hayes versus Tilden, and the Hayes won by one electoral vote. One of the ways that happened is that the Republicans took the territory of Colorado and made it a state. They made it a state at the last minute so that the state of Colorado didn't have time to even hold the election. So it was the bootstrap legislature who said, well, we don't have time to hold election, so here are 3 electors, right? So imagine what would happen if the Republicans had created several states and then those states had electors who then said, well, we don't have time for election, so this is how we vote. Remember, each state decides how they appoint their electors. A state could say, we pick the electors by random. We pick them by alphabetical order. There's no constitution that says you have to go by the general election vote. That's what's done, but in that case, Hayes got one more vote than Tilden, and it was bitterly disputed. Well, but there's a whole bunch of stuff. Florida, Louisiana, and South Carolina also had dispute stuff. It was a mess, right? And so look up again the Electoral Count Act of 1887. Wikipedia has a very detailed article in this process. This is what's going to be followed. This is the law that's been passed, and Congress did so because they said we don't want to be the ones to have to resolve all the disputes. It looks bad.
Yeah,
and we're going to see. I believe that the claim is that Mitch McConnell is going to try to give a speech to essentially talk to his fellow Republicans saying, don't do this. Because even though it's futile, even though we think there's almost no chance that they'll set aside enough votes to throw the election to the House and give it to Trump. And the same thing, by the way, same thing would happen if it went to the Senate. Each senator casts one vote. There's a majority of senators right now. And by the way, at that point, Pence cast the tiebreaker. So even if they counted Georgia early and Republicans with the 2 independents get 50, Pence is the vice president who would break the tie. So if the vice president election goes to the Senate, Pence wins. I think people would just lose their mind. I mean, it's bad enough for them to understand the Electoral College, but to understand the 12th Amendment and the 20th Amendment and all those processes, it'd just be nuts. So, and by the way,
but it has happened before where it's gone to the House.
Yeah.
In the 1824, this is not, people don't, see, a lot of people aren't used to it because they're like, they haven't heard of it before because it just hasn't happened since the 1800s, but it is constitutionally something that can happen.
Really disputed election. I mean, we had a war over the election of Lincoln. That's probably the most severe reaction. So the U.S. has had a number of close elections, and unfortunately, this is one of those close elections. But I mean, we have a pretty good idea of how this is going to run, ceremonial wise. But again, those Republican senators that are going to be put into its bind of having to vote to certify electors or not. If they vote one way, they'll be criticized. They vote another way, they'll be criticized by another bloc. It really is not, there is not much of a win. Now, people like Senator Ted Cruz, he's not angling to try to get Trump elected. He's trying to establish himself as a leader of the conservatives, right? People are vying for national prominence. They know the spotlight's on them. So this is somewhat posturing and theatrics.
It sounds like to me it's just who they're catering to. Who do they want best to cater to?
Yes.
So do you think that Mitch McConnell, who is the Senate Majority Leader, do you think he has any sway? Because he doesn't support this. He's out there saying, look, I don't think that in the long run it's going to help the political party. And I think he's absolutely right. I don't think it is going to help the Republican Party. I think that them fighting this is completely contrary to what is established for good ethical things in their government. Now, is it constitutional? Yes. And people will argue, well, it's because it's constitutional, they have every right to do this. But my counter argument is just because they have the right to do so doesn't mean it's the best course of action, right?
Or yes, exactly. So what's happening is constitutional, but also is what's happening is a particular, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's like the same thing when people say, well, you have a right to protest. Yes, but there's a time and a place. Sometimes protesting in certain types of situations may not be the best course of action. The constitutionality, the ability to do so, to have a right to do something is more fundamental than actually exercising those rights sometimes. I see a lot of people argue, well, exercising the right is the highest thing of American morals and values. And I disagree with that. It's the exercising them responsibly, which is.
Yeah.
And yes, I don't think they're being responsible.
And that's the thing. It's not good.
I love when Landon agrees with me.
Yeah. Well, I say, well, when you state facts, again, try not to argue facts with Steve. It annoys Steve, and you're wrong.
Well, I will admit though, I'm giving my opinions right now. These are not.
I mean, I think it's factual.
But they're based on they're based on facts. I tend to be factual, but I do have my own opinions. I'm not some robot. I'm not like Vulcan.
I pardon me interrupting. We're 3 minutes away from this thing starting. What we're seeing now, we'll give you commentary because I don't want to get. I don't know if C-SPAN would give us copyright strike, but we don't want to risk that. So what's happening right now is that we see the House of Representatives, that's the chamber big enough to hold the House and the Senate. Nancy Pelosi's at the dais. She's the one who they're going to go and say, Madam Speaker, the Senate wishes to enter the chamber. And she'll say yes, because the senators can't just walk into the House and vice versa. There's a formal process, but it's a courtesy sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And the House of Representative members are coming into the chamber. At some point, the senators will be allowed in. They set aside 100 extra seats for the senators, and we have various folks. So we're watching right now the members of the House file in. They're sitting in this stuff. They've removed they've moved the seating up so that again you have to accommodate 100 additional people. You see folks coming forward. We see the mahogany boxes are walking their way, so the things where the electors are being transmitted from the National Archives across the chamber, and those boxes will wait outside until they're called in. And that process really means that where the Speaker of the House turns over to the Vice President the role of chairing the joint session.
All right, so they're beginning the process of having the mahogany boxes with the count in there, and we're going to assume that these have they've already been counted, right? Again, this is formality, yes. And so I think it's reasonable to make the assumption they've been counted correctly, right? I mean, it is possible that they maybe not, but I mean, let's be practical
but
here.
Part of this act says if there's a dispute, if a state has not followed the provisions of the safe harbor provision. Mm-hmm. If there is, so then under the 20th Amendment, so under the 12th Amendment, the vice president opens the electoral certificates and certifies the count, and the tellers, follow forward. So Pence will have that ceremonial role. But again, it's like the person who announces the Academy Award. The vote's already done. It's already been certified. They're just opening the envelope and
does this have to be done today, though? I mean, is there a thing that states that no matter how many times they have people that say, "Hey, look, we have an objection. We want to go to the Senate and talk about this." Is there a limit on that? And they have to say, "Okay, by a certain time today, these must be certified."
Well, each one takes. They're allowed 2 hours to debate each dispute.
Okay, so each dispute has a maximum of 2 hours, and how many?
Here's coming in. So the Sergeant of Arms of the House of Representatives has said the United States Senate is there, and they are now walking in. The senators are walking in, and the members of the House are applauding them. It's a formal courtesy. But again, the Senate doesn't walk into the House unannounced. They're invited in, and we're seeing the stuff. There is Vice President Mike Pence, who's come in. He's the president of the Senate. That's there. He's being applauded. Politely by some people, enthusiastic by others. We see the mahogany boxes are there by the dais. Nancy Pelosi is greeting Pence. There are the mahogany boxes with the leather straps and so forth on there. And again, one of those boxes contains A through M. One is N through W. And there will be now both the Speaker of the House, Pelosi, and the President of the Senate, who is the Vice President of the United States, Pence, are at the dais. Mitch McConnell is there. He's looking around at people. He's still talking to people. I guess he's sort of giving that, are you going to make us?
You can make it look stupid. Quick thing, Rodent, no last name again, $5. Thank you, Rodent.
Thank you very much, Rodent.
Yeah, he says they're not voting for president. They're voting for future OAN and Newsmax guest spots. Yeah, well,
absolutely.
That's clearly that they're considering their futures, their political futures. There's no question about that. And by the way, I do not begrudge them for that. However, them trying to make a mockery of this because Trump is a baby who doesn't want to capitulate and face the fact that he is a loser that lost is not exercising their rights responsibly, in my opinion. So
there's Chuck Schumer, the leader of the Democrats in the Senate, and perhaps future leader of the Senate.
Intrigue Feeling asked, can there only be one dispute?
I see so Loughran, I believe she is one of the tellers for the Democrats from the House of Representatives in the Bay Area. Very nice lady.
Real quick, Feeling asked, can there be only one dispute discussion per state? I believe so, right?
Yes.
So there's only one per state. They have 2 hours. And then the most that can happen is that they set the votes aside. They don't revote. They don't do a new vote. They don't give them to somebody else. They can just say, okay, we're not going to put these votes towards the aggregate total to reach the 270 mark for the election of the presidency. And then if they do not have reached the 270, if they got 269 or less, that's when each state has one vote that they can cast for the president.
In the House of Representatives.
In the House of Representatives, and in which case that they only have to get.
Each senator has one vote for vice president.
Yeah, in which case the senator has one. The House has the one vote for the president. The Senate has one vote for the vice president. So you could actually end up with a split thing where you can have a Republican president and a Democratic vice president, or vice versa. But in both cases, that they kind of lose either way. Again, Trump's not going to get the majority in the House because right now the Republicans don't have the majority in the House.
But I think again it's a matter of posturing, right? Yes. Trump has raised nearly $1/3 billion since the general election, and members want a piece of that.
Yeah. Again,
or not.
I understand the motivation for it, right? I just happen to think that in the long term, it's going to harm them.
Announcing.
Kawasa 5,000 won says, is there a possibility of an actual split between the traditional Republican base and the more far-right populist base like in Europe? I'm going to answer this before Landon does. I think it's something completely possible, and I think it's something that would make sense in the long term because of the differencing between the traditional Republican base and what I think is the evangelical base that has supported Trump. Now, politically, do I think there's going to be an expediency to do so? Probably not. But would something like that be possible? Absolutely would it be possible, and I would totally understand it. Matter of fact, I think it would be a smart action on their behalf because I think that the Republican Party has gone so far to the right, catering and capitulating to the evangelical pace that they, frankly, for all I'm just going to say it, have lost their fucking minds.
Yeah, I think also we understand that there's a number of Republicans that have been waiting for 2024 for their turn in the national spotlight because they said, well, Trump won in 2016, the 2020 election is Trump's to run for re-election, and they want their turn in 2024.
Yeah, it's not about Trump.
Even Cruz.
But here's the thing. Yeah, you're exactly right, but it's not about Trump. These are people who are not really true Trump, like MAGA fanatics. They don't give a shit about Trump. They're thinking about their own political careers.
So now Pelosi, Speaker, has turned it over to Mike Pence, who begins the officiating.
How many of you do you think are actual true ride or die Trumpians?
They are loyal to themselves.
Yeah, that's my point.
Now, Pence, by the way, took off his mask.
Yeah, make sure there's no audio too loud because I even though it probably won't be a problem, but I don't want to even chance it. But yeah, I don't think that for a second any of them really care whether Trump himself got elected or not. If it's going to expedite their future election to get somewhere, especially in the 2024, because first, I don't think Trump is going to ever run in 2024. First of all, I mean, he's going to be so old. But why would he run? He wouldn't have the support. No. People will remember this.
So Pence is going over the rules of the joint session, by the way. Sorry.
That's no problem. There's just no reason why they would ever nominate for the Republican Party Trump again. It would make no sense to me. And I think there's so many other people that have political aspirations that he's living in a fantasy world. He's living in a state of delusion merely because he cannot come to terms with the fact that he lost. Trump is a person who is a strict dichotomist, and either you are a winner or you're a loser. That's it. There is no middle ground to be had, and he's always thought himself as a winner. He's always been told he's a winner, and the reason being...
Someone's asking to speak.
And the reason being is because they've...
Someone's asking to speak. 1 second.
What? Let me just wrap this up. So the reason being is I think...
Okay, so someone is saying that the member's saying, hey, there's only a limited number of people allowed on the floor for social distancing. How would someone make an objection outside?
Hang on, let me wrap this up real quick so that we get to the thing. Because I want to make this point, is that they've lowered the bar so low for Trump that he's basically gotten participation awards, and he thinks that they're achievements. And so
something just happened. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Somebody asked a procedure, and Pence said under the 1887 provisions, debate is not permitted.
Debate on the
and the guy's saying I'm asking for a parliamentary point of order because they're not allowing the entire chamber to be packed.
Which makes sense because they're only allowing for the state individually to have an objection.
Pence is following along the procedures. It's a very important tell.
Yeah, I don't think that Pence is wrong.
And Pence is saying, sorry, the act says that you cannot have debate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think he's wrong on that, is he? Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
He's not wrong.
Yeah.
He's limited on stuff, and he's got to basically say no because people are saying, how can we make objections if we're not on the floor?
He's actually doing what his job entails, it sounds like.
Which is a bad sign for Trump.
Very. Well, yeah, because I mean, I don't think
he really wants his mask now.
I don't think he really wants the gamesmanship either. I really don't think he wants the backlash.
He's got a plane. He's got a plane loaded and ready to take his end of his term.
Oh, he knows he's done. Yeah, Mike Pence. Nobody's been bitching about Mike Pence not capitulating. He knows he's done. He doesn't want to look as foolish as Trump does. I'll give him credit for that. I mean, even though he's a younger creationist, I know much more foolish you can get. It's almost up there with flat Earth, but still, I'll give him props where it's due.
Yeah. So there's a procedural process here.
Yeah, and it's not that debate's not permitted. The debate's not permitted as they're trying to request it on the floor during that time. What the debate is going to be is if a state has an objection to the certification of the account, they can in the House or the Senate say we object, and then somebody from the House or the Senate That's not the same thing. So two people from the Republican, or two people from the House camp, but a House person can say it, then the Senate person will second it. Then they go to the Senate and they debate at the Senate. They don't debate it here during the count. That's the difference.
He's saying the state of Alabama seems to be regular.
And by the way, let's get this out there.
And he's saying that
there's been no irregularities on any of the counts so far. There's been no evidence.
He said that Alabama 9 votes for Pence. So can you mark on the map?
Yeah. I actually have the map. I'll try to show it here. So Alabama.
Red.
No.
And then he said no objection. Alaska is the next one. He says it's the only particular vote from Alaska. He says it's from the authority of the state of Alaska. It's irregular. He hands it to the tellers who. So Loughran's saying it seems to be regular and in good form. 3 votes for Trump for president. For instance, any objections? He said regular in form. So Trump is leading 12-0.
All right. So what was that one? So we have Alabama and Alaska. That's 12. Okay. So I've got that so far.
Okay. So next one comes up. No interruptions. Arizona. He says it's only certificate, so he's not substituting one.
Now this could be one place where they object, but we'll see here. If they don't, it's
and so it's being handed to somebody who then is looking at the set here.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Arizona seems to be regular.
He says it's regular and of form.
Mm-hmm.
Joseph Biden.
So we're going to put that blue.
From Delaware. Well, we have to see. You're not yet. And Harris for vice president. Now Pence says, are there any objections? So there's somebody from. He says there's an objection in the House of 60 members.
Okay, so they're objecting to the.
He says, is the objection in writing and signed? He says, yes, it is. Ted Cruz has risen from the Senate, who's wearing a mask, by the way. And now there's applause. So let's mark the state of Arizona as that alternate color.
It only has 3 colors. We'll leave it brown.
Okay. So we now have our first.
So that's contested right now.
So.
All right, so that's being contested.
It complies with the law. The objection complies with the law. And there's objection.
All right, but this is a case where somebody in the House or somebody in the Senate has said we wanted to debate whether there's an irregularity on the vote cast in Arizona. By the way, there's only 3 colors. There's either red, blue, or brown here, so I have to leave it brown because it's not gone either way. So.
And they're saying they're objecting. The vote was not regularly given. He's saying, are there any other objections? He says the House will withdraw from session.
So they have to stop what they're doing now, and they have to go.
Yes.
They have to go argue on this for up to 2 hours.
It says the Senate will now try the chambers, and we're in the first.
Now that could literally take up to 2 hours, though.
Or they could come in and say, "Don't be a douche and stop it."
Yes. Now you think that's going to happen though? Because I mean, this is not going to be that long of a stream.
I think there's going to be some pretty harsh words in the hallway.
Yeah, because
Right?
like I said,
you could sit there and say, you know, for the purposes of the debate, I'll second the motion. Okay, there isn't really a thing here. Let's go back and not
and go right back into the count. Then you think,
right? Because, you know, for example, the Senate could say, you know, Mitch McConnell could say, voice vote.
okay,
Right? Maybe we can try to say, okay, let's have a voice vote to even say we want to debate this or not. And try to spare senators who don't want to go on record, because again, Trump right now has power and money, but that's limited. His time is limited. His funds are limited. Moreover, there are a number of senators who might be inclined Trump's way who say, "I want my turn at the national spotlight."
Mm-hmm.
It's Trump lost. It's time for me. So people even like Cruz, who might have aspirations. Maybe he doesn't want to run for president. Maybe he wants to run for chairman in the Republican Party. Maybe he wants a prominent position in a committee.
but they still have to stop what they're doing and go address this.
Yeah,
Some
and one thing I have to say about McConnell is he is loyal to his view of what the Senate should be. And he does not like this. He's just, I mean, you look at there, he's splitting that. His face just looks like, "You sons of bitches." So the mahogany boxes are being taken out of the chamber. They're going to be returned to the National Archives. All the records are being, you know, put aside until they come reconvene again. By the way, this Capitol building is under severe lockdown. They have very limited number of reporters there taking pictures, but it is under very, very heavy security. What we're seeing is we're seeing Schumer go by. We're seeing basically the senators walk by. Because the Senate's on one side of the Capitol, and so they have to walk all the way other across, and not all of the senators are not always spring chickens, as they say. I say there's nothing unconstitutional. There's nothing illegal about what happened. This is a right to do so, whether it makes.
But they physically have to walk and change buildings. They physically have to go over to the Senate floor, correct?
Yeah, because the senators are not allowed to debate in the House.
Right.
And so this is a suspension process. We'll see the House, we'll see the Senate side going forward. There'll be yammering and so forth. Now, one of the things that's anticipated is that they'll basically come down and say, "Hey, you know, is there enough to to do so?" And maybe if they fail on this Arizona thing, they'll give up.
Now, who decides that when they say enough's enough?
Well, it is when there's no longer a senator and a representative who objects.
But I mean, they can't let it go on, you know, in perpetuity. They have to say, okay, there's been enough discussion on this, and they have to make a motion.
Because remember, what Pence said is, okay, we got an objection in a second. It's in writing. It's been ordered. Are there any other objection? Basically said, anyone else got problems with it? Hearing none, we only have one objection in Arizona. Let's go on and debate it, right? So they're going to debate that objection. If there were two objections, they debate both objections at the same time.
Now, so who was it that raised the objection? Was one of the state senators for Arizona? Or
was purely one of the state representatives of Arizona, and it was Ted Cruz of the Senate.
Okay, but there's two representatives for Arizona, so he was the one that did that. Okay.
Yeah, and then there's someone else that spoke there. So basically, there's a formal announcement, and again, it's all proper. It's all legal.
Yes.
Nothing untoward here. Now the question becomes: we expect them to debate. Will they take all 2 hours, or will people say enough of this craziness?
Well, what is their objection though? I mean, what do they think? I mean, they can't in good conscience literally try to say that, hey, look, there was fraud in Arizona, because there's just no evidence for that. I think that would be extremely detrimental to jump on the crazy train of Trump's paranoia, because there's been nothing to indicate anything of the sort. So what is their objection?
Well, there's been many objections raised. I'm not saying they're valid, that the votes were not properly counted, that there was irregularities in the election process, there was disputes over who was allowed to vote, other things. Again, you don't have to have a valid objection to object.
You just have to have an objection, then you go talk about that objection, right?
And the objection has to be in writing, in a
Yes.
proper form. It was. And so now, now the thing on the other side is that 2 chambers have to debate this.
Yes.
And a chamber could get in there and say, we're going to have a voice vote on whether or not we want to talk about this. Failing that, so they could bounce it up. But again, that's bad form. Technically, a chamber could do that.
If say they did something like that, right? Which why raise the objection in the first place? But let's say they did something along those lines, and it fails to go any further with the state of Arizona. Would that send a message to Georgia or any of the other ones to not even bother to try to raise any kind of objection for the future countings today?
That's a really good question, right?
I try.
And it is because remember, for this process, if you're going to dispute, you'll have to dispute more. They have to set aside more than Arizona.
Right. I mean, it's a huge number. I mean, how many is he up? 70. What was he up? 70 something.
So you'd have to, if you go down the line and you say, okay, we think it's Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Are those the?
Those would be the battlegrounds. Yeah, those would be the primary ones. I don't see anything else possible.
Yeah. But so
you're not going to see California objection.
Yeah, if you now, by the way, it is possible that and by the way, it doesn't have to be from that state. Any House representative member or any senator can
it's
raise
constitutionally possible, but it's again just not going to happen.
Yeah, but you got to understand the math is that Arizona is the first state that where Biden's electors voted for him and Harris's electors voted for her, that they're disputing. Now they have to, if they set aside Arizona, Biden still wins by 295 to 232.
Yeah, it has to be multiple states. Now, since you said all this has to be in writing, do they know which states have already prepared things in writing ahead of time?
Yes, although technically a senator or representative could have in writing and submit that writing to the desk.
So they probably would know at this moment which states have already prepared something in writing. Whether they're going to submit those or not is a different question. But they already know which.
And I remember, so who knows? For example, are they going to go down the line and object to every state? Will they object to Delaware?
Theoretically they could. Now that would be.
Yes.
I mean, it would be nonsensical for them to do it and politically suicide. But in theory, they could. I mean, so a Florida representative could say, "Look, I contest the Vermont count for whatever reason."
Yeah. I mean, so it depends on how much do you want to annoy your fellow members.
But isn't that what obstruction vision would be? I mean, this would be. You would think this would be a Trump type tactic to do something like that.
Calais from Louisiana, Minority Whip is arguing about that. Well, he has a poster on Article 2, Section of the Constitution, and so he's presenting. He's obviously arguing something in the House.
Well,
but they've got to set aside multiple votes, right? So if you're trying to do the Trump thing, and you lose in Arizona, then you're going to try in Georgia. You're going to try again and again. At some point, if I were a Democrat on the other side, I would get a House member to say, "Hey, let's just to piss them off, object to Texas."
Well, that's what. But here's the thing, though. As like somebody pointed out in the live chat, very hungry singularity points out, according to Trump, he won every state, and that would be the reasoning. Why do you object? Oh, well, Trump won this state. He won this and that state. Hey, Trump won California. You don't know that? They had some irregularities in the count because they were counting these ballots after the election day, even though they were mail-in. It's like, they theoretically, I guess, could be the quintessential obstructionist, only because if you're going to be following Trump to that extreme where you were right or die, I put nothing past him, because that's what Trump would do. If Trump was a senator right now, he probably would be objected to every state. Would he not?
I mean, he might not object to the states he thinks he won.
Well, he thinks he won all of them, but obviously.
I don't think that Alaska in Alabama went through.
Right, but he would object to the ones where he thought he won, where they didn't give it to him.
Yes.
That's what he would do.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He obviously wouldn't object to the ones they gave to him, like Alaska and Alabama, but he would certainly object to, like, California, because there's no chance in hell California's going to vote for Trump, right? We already know that that's been certified for Biden completely.
Yeah, so the question is, after Arizona, what's the next state that Biden won they'd object to in alphabetical order?
Well, I know it's not. Would it be Georgia?
No, California's ahead of that.
No, but California, they didn't. Yeah, but those are not objectable. You asked which one was going to be objectable.
Oh, they're objectable. I mean, anyone can object to any state.
Okay. I mean, theoretically objectable. But you're saying which is the next state in line? From Alabama would be California, I think, alphabetically.
I think so. Yes, I think it's so. Now the question is that are they going to go object to every state that Biden appears to win?
Yeah, no, it's going to be it's Arkansas. So it's Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas.
Arkansas, you're right. You're Arkansas.
Yeah.
So Arkansas was won by Trump. So in theory, there won't be an objection there, and it would then be. But I'm talking about the next state that Biden
won would be California.
California.
Yeah, because Arkansas went to Trump.
Will they let California go without objection or not? Will they let Colorado go or not?
I think they will, but here's the thing. If they let California go, they're not going to just do that kind of gameplay, I don't think, right? I mean, they would have to really kind of be the obstructionist for every state. And again, that's so far-fetched that I couldn't even imagine it happening. The political backlash would be incredible.
Yeah, you're right. So we're talking about we assume that Republicans aren't so silly as to try to object to
Trump is. States. No, let me make this very clear. Trump is that silly. But again, I don't think there are actually people in the House or the Senate that actually are right and dies for Trump. They're not MAGA-wearing teens, okay? Intrigued Feline says, can I have a quick recap of the past 15 minutes? I missed because of a phone call. Yeah, recap is basically that they did the certification in the count for Arizona. There was an objection by one of the Republicans, or excuse me, one of the representatives that was seconded by the Arizona senator. And they went to retire to the Senate floor to discuss and, quote, debate the merit of that objection. They can have 2 hours to do so. And that's where they're at right now.
Right now, Trump leads 12-0. And they're now debating, and they have up to 2 hours to debate.
So technically, okay, so here's the facts. Right now, it is a fact that Trump is ahead for the presidency by 12-0. That's a fact. That's a fact, okay? But here's the funny thing with facts. Facts can be used to argue anything stupid, because if anybody says, well, look, Trump's ahead by 12 points right now, they're an idiot if they're going to think that that's an actual evidence that Trump has a chance, because it's not. It's just this is mere formality when it comes to that. Now, again, is it constitutionally possible? Yes. But I'm telling you right now that none of that's going to happen. It's not going to happen. But this is what a true diehard would probably be arguing right now.
So are they going to go through the full 2 hours? They're going to argue that sort of thing. Zoe Lofgren is now responding in the House of Representatives to that they has a speech set aside. So they kind of knew this Arizona thing was coming. But the next thing is let's again presume that the Republicans are not silly enough to object to states that whose electors voted for Trump.
Well, okay, that's a given. That's a given. We can make that assumption. Could they do it? Yes, but why would they? Right? It would not. Yes. It would.
Then California would be. Are they going to go to the next Biden win state, California?
That would be the next.
Or
one.
are they going to wait until the next so-called disputed state, which would be Georgia.
All right, so
We don't know.
there's three possibilities that could happen after Arizona's resolved. They could either dispute Arkansas, which wouldn't be beneficial to them, so that's kind of off the table. Could they do it? Yes, but why? Why would you dispute a state you won? That makes no sense, right? The next one would be California. Again, they would have to they would have to have a valid objection in writing, and I think that politically that'd be suicide because they're not going to go for those types of states. They're not just going to pull this obstructivist crap because that's all it would be. It would be literally the Republican Party acting like assholes. That's it. That's the only thing it would be them acting like assholes.
Is that a logical possibility of them acting
It is
like...
a complete logical possibility. It is something that we've seen from Trumpians. So is it possible? Yeah, but I don't think the Republican Party is that far gone in the House because they have their own political careers. It's self-interest. It is not in their self-interest to do that.
Remember again, the 2024, the way these 4-year cycles work. Trump won in 2016, and so the Republicans say, okay, he's going to be party leader and dominant in 2020 for re-election, right? He lost, but remember, a number of people that lost or said who, for example, even like Cruz, who stepped aside on the nomination, was doing so, and he probably was saying, I want a shot in 2024. Maybe he wants to be party chairman. Maybe he wants to be chair of a important party committee. Maybe he wants to run for president or be considered for vice president. He's angling for it. But remember, there's other senators and other representatives who are running in 2022. Who want to run. And so they don't want Trump there.
This is their own political, this is what I'm saying, though. It's their own self-interest. Now, the next thing that could happen would be they could do Colorado, they could do Connecticut, they could do Delaware, they could do Florida. But again, if they're not going to do California, the chances of doing any of those, for the same reasons, is negligible. Not Florida, but Georgia would be the one that I think, of course, if they're going to do Arizona, you damn well know they are going to contest Georgia. That's the most vehemently state that they are saying there's been a problem with was Georgia. So if they're going to do it in Arizona, you can pretty well bet your ass they're going to do it in Georgia, right? Would you agree?
Yeah. Yes, I would presume so. And again, if they're going to try to give Trump an angle, they're going to have to do it by at least 3 states. And so if they fail in Arizona, remember, what is a failure? Well, in order for the Arizona's electors to be set aside, the House of Representatives as a majority has to sustain the objection, and the Senate as a majority has to sustain its objection. Both chambers. If it happens on one and not the other,
and I'm not watching Twitter right now really that much. I'm not watching Trump do anything, but I think Deep Ashtray right now nailed it. He said, but if Trump could just get them to, quote, stop the count now, then he's good, right? Yeah. So hey, Deep Ashtray, go check on Twitter to see if Trump's actually doing that, going, stop the count. I won 12 votes. I mean, he's that far gone. Not that even recognizing that it's not even up to the 270, right? Because I don't think he can count. But I mean, it's just bizarre. And again, it's so funny, Landon. I am not one of those bandwagon people, right? I'm not one of those people that say, like Chris Attlee would say, the orange man bad. I'm not one of those people. I don't like Trump because what he's done, what he has said, what he stands for, all of that has nothing to do with the fact that he's disliked pretty much by any rational person. That's not of any concern to me. No. I don't care whether somebody likes somebody or not. I care about how I view somebody based upon my observations of them. And I didn't jump on the Trump is a shithead bandwagon merely because he's disliked. If I thought he was doing a good job, I'd be like, those people are wrong. No. I think he's shit. Well, I don't know what.
So Jordan is just a committee ranking member in the and the House is speaking on the objection stuff. I don't know what's happening in the Senate. I'm assuming the same sort of thing. But again, you could give them their 2 hours in the sun of stuff, and come to a vote. The question is how far. If the people fail to turn Arizona, they have to then keep trying on other states, and I don't know how many states they're going to try it on. I would think
there's only 5 really that I would think would be up for consideration on that.
but it depends upon how far. I mean, in the state of Washington, there was, the Republican challenger for governor lost by almost 15%, and he is trying to dispute the election. This is the big problem, is that when you lose, Trump seems to sort of say you just have to deny it and say no, 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 law, and to what, gain more political advantage?
Yeah. Let me ask the audience real quick, if I may. A lot of this stuff, again, especially for the people that live outside of the United States, probably. Well, actually, you know what? I'm not even going to say that, because a lot of people are foreigners know much more about the inner workings of America than most Americans. So I'm not even going to exclude them. I'm going to say the people that don't really follow American politics a lot, or deal with a lot of this stuff, generally probably have not heard of the things that are going on today. They didn't know about a count. They don't know how it works. So I'm just kind of curious, is a lot of this stuff new to people? Is there anybody out there that had never really heard of any of this before? They just think, hey, look, they understand the Electoral College, right? Most people recognize in America we don't directly vote for a president. We vote for electors. They go and cast a vote, which happened back in December, and this is the certification of those counts to say that the count was, proper, and it is a ceremonial type thing for the most part. But does a lot of people, do you think, don't recognize that, look, there has been times where the vote has gone to the House, or that each state can get one vote for the vice president, or in the House of Representatives, for the president. I want to ask the audience, is a lot of this new to them? Has anybody learned anything from this? Because I'm kind of curious, because prior to this election, I'll be straight, I did not know any of this. It wasn't until, I was doing a show, obviously, with Atheist Pastor with Over and Under, and I started, reading more about the election that was coming up. And I was like, wow, I did not know this. So this was all pretty much new to me at one time as well. Civics is not something that's taught a lot, I think, in America like this, because I think
that's a real mistake for representative foreign democracy of citizens that are basically ignorant of how the government works. I would think, in order to establish competency in get a high school diploma, you would need to have a basic understanding of civics.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. So this is something that just came in on the Washington Post and a Treat Feline. Live updates: hundreds storm Capitol barricades. 2 nearby buildings evacuated.
Yes, there's a thing happening. Trump just tweeted, "I helped Mitch get elected. They're weak Republicans. They're pathetic Republicans."
Do you think he's going to have his way to rally his troops? I mean, is this like are these like signals to them of some kind? I'm not trying to sound paranoid. I'm not trying to do conspiracy stuff, and I don't know if he's doing it, malignantly or intentionally. Although I think that he probably would. But do you think these are signals of some kind to kind of cause a wrench in the works, so to speak, of this counting?
I mean, because it would be an interesting question. What would happen procedurally if the House failed to do
for safety reasons? For safety reasons, yeah.
Well, remember, the House has to vote to set aside.
Yes.
So it would be as if the session was in recess and doesn't reconvene in time, but it would still be.
But does it sound like he's rallying his troops? Does it sound like he's encouraging his supporters to go out there and politically protest this, and to the point of, hey, look, you have a right to protest. I'm not saying otherwise, but if you disrupt it to the point where you're crossing boundaries and barricades in order to disrupt the proceedings, that is unacceptable. That is completely unacceptable.
By the way, somebody says the House are ordered to evacuate is false. I'm actually watching a live feed from the House.
Yeah, no, it's not the House. It's not the House. It's 2 buildings nearby, but the House has not been ordered to be evacuated from what I.
Yeah. And so Adam Schiff, Representative Intelligence Committee Chair, is speaking in the House, and Senate is in session as well. Now, the question is, what would see? The thing is, I don't know what Donald would not do. I don't know that he has any
lines that he won't cross.
Yeah. So
he's a desperate man, especially. He's a desperate man.
having people injured or potentially killed for theatrics, is that beyond him? And
I don't believe
sadly,
that it is.
it may not be.
Yeah, and here's one of the reasons. Again, and I've said this, and again, this is my own personal viewpoint. Could it be considered conspiratorial? Sure, if you want to go on that route, I'm fine with that. Call this my own personal conspiracy. We all have to have one that we all, our pet, we all have a pet thing that we have. I think everybody particularly does. I think that's pretty normative. My particular conspiracy thing is that I think Trump will do whatever it takes to stay in power, because once he leaves power, he is going to be obliterated in the courts. I think he's going to face massive civil and criminal, I should say civil and or criminal things. I think that he knows he's looking at massive repercussions and suits, whether they be facing jail time or not. I think that he's aware of this. I think that that's the reason why he's so desperate to hang on to that immunity that he has been given by being the president. Now, again, if that's false, so be it. But I think that at least makes some rational sense in my mind's eye, at least, to say, why is this person who, yes, I agree, is a complete egotistical narcissist and self-serving and delusional as hell, but even given those things, the things that he has done doesn't even make sense if that was the only motivating factor of his own narcissism. I think he's scared to death to leave office. Again,
I think he's scared to death of not being the center of attention.
Well, and you might be right. Look, I mean, it may be that case, right? I mean, it may be
not
the
scared to
case.
death, but he doesn't like it.
He doesn't like it. But here's my point: is it seems more than just him and his ego. It may be, which is again reprehensible to say the least. But don't you think there might be a fear aspect that he has, whether he will face criminal or he will face civil? But be it or not, if he thinks that he will, I mean, he's like a rat in a cage at this point.
Well, what I have been told by people who know Trump personally is that Trump has a fear of courtrooms. He has a fear of depositions, and that he gives. One of the things he gives to his lawyers, there's sort of a bonus thing of saying, if I don't have to be deposed, if I don't go to a courtroom, you get a bonus, right? So his lawyers do everything he can, because he's sued frequently.
Yeah,
and he's able to avoid that now. And he asks, well, why? The claim, but it's unsubstantiated, is that there's something happened in his childhood where there was a very bad scene with regards to legal stuff, maybe with his father or some family thing, and he doesn't like not being controlled.
And that might be, and absolutely might be true. I don't discount anything that you just said. It's still a fear.
But those are speculation,
right? He has a fear. Okay, whether it is a fear of actually being sued civilly or criminally, he has a fear. My conspiracy theory is this: there's some fear that he has that is crippling him to admit to himself that he's lost and not have that immunity. There is a fear to be had there. What it is, whether he's a fear of having a deposition for a lawsuit, or he's just being sued in general, or whatever it is to not have the immunity, something, I think, and again, my personal thing, I could completely be wrong on that. This is not an objective fact, but it just seems there is something in like an irrational fear that he has that is causing him to go this far to extreme, because I think he would encourage his supporters to disrupt the proceedings. Res Instance for 20 Australian says, fear of prison and fear of irrelevance are not mutually exclusive. Methinks it's both. And that's absolutely true, man.
Well, good, very good point, Res.
Yeah, and I agree with him on the same thing. It is, he may be fear of prison. He may be fearing of losing the spotlight. He may be fear that I think that he'll lose he's automatically going to lose his POTUS Twitter. Right, we know that. He might actually lose his main account because of the things that he's been saying. And if he continues to say them, they might actually take away his multi-million Twitter account. I think that would be one of his greatest fears, to not have that ability to communicate with that many people the way he has. I think he's gotten used to it. I think he's got accustomed to it. And I think that he does not want to lose that as well.
Yeah. Now I understand what's happening in the Capitol Hill. The Capitol is normally on severe lockdown when you have these joint sessions and other special sessions. That's a common practice. It is known that some groups wanted to come in and cause trouble. The Capitol, the police of Washington, D.C. have let it known that they are strictly enforcing gun laws. They're strictly enforcing protest laws, and there are people who are going to come in with like assault rifles and other armaments, and they don't have the right to open carry those in DC. And some people have been arrested. There have been, and also understand that the press right now is trying to find something to entertain you. The press is trying to so that you will listen to the ads that are being pumped at you. You're the product that are being used by the press, and so they're going to look around to find someone upset, and then have the cameras there. So you say, so and so storming the barricade, blah blah blah. It is, this kind of stuff happens, and the press is looking for this. What's key is that the House and the Senate are in session. The place is locked down as it normally would be, and there are protests going on. Now, will those protests disrupt the House and the Senate's proceeding?
They would have to be pretty serious, and I think that at that point, the National Guard would be out there to deal with that. And by the way, earlier on, I'd asked the audience about if it was all new to them, and a lot of them responded it was, so that was good. But because I want to know if people are learning stuff from these types of things. I'm thrilled to death. That to me is what gets me off, so to speak.
And thank you.
I love that when people, because I'm the same way. When I learn something by watching a video, I'm like, okay, I've now bettered myself, and I love that. So if I can help people do that, or Landon can help do that, that's what we've always enjoyed. Matter of fact, Landon, we need to start doing our DEFCON 1 science again this year. Those were awesome. People have been asking about those, and
we will.
They love those.
I apologize because I was in the process of both retiring from Cisco. I was in the process of moving states.
I've never heard you say on air where you worked before.
That is I now say I retired from Cisco.
So I know I've always known where you've worked, but I mean it was I've done
because my employer had nothing to do with
with
my public persona and vice versa, right?
But yeah, but that's I always, but like I said, I mean that's the first time I've ever heard you mention that. But yeah, you were. I don't want to get into too much detail, but you were a big wig. You were not some schmuck. I mean, Landon is a big wig. Okay.
And then to say, but to say, also I was an associate of the American Astronomical Society, and I did a number of things on that as well. So a lot of stuff you see was either done on behalf of my employer, behalf of a scientific organization. I wore many hats.
Yeah.
That was one of the hats that happened that I retired from on December 1st.
You still do your obfuscation code thing?
Yes, that's actually going on. That's been we've got a new GitHub is now up there. You can find the winners of the 2020 International Obfuscated Seed Code Contest up on GitHub. There are some really good winners for 2020, and we're coming up with the new procedures for the 28th. The longest running contest on the internet.
Nice.
Started in 1984. So
now
Go ahead. Please go ahead.
You're a judge, but did you help start that, or did you just?
I was one of the founders.
You're founders, though. That's what I thought. Yeah, I thought you were just more than a judge.
One of the judges. Yeah. So that's moving forward again. For those that are really into geek culture, this year there are just some stunning programs that are there. Check it out. But we always say if you wanted to become president of the United States. One of the things you want to do is you want to file to run in 50 states and DC. Now you can do in fewer than 50 states, but remember you've got to win the state and have the electors vote for you and have those electoral votes certified and have the Joint Session House and Senate count them. And you have to be eligible to be president, and then you have to swear the oath of office. That's how you get there, right? So normally, if you're going to run for Senate nationwide, you file 51 filings, right? DC and the 50 states. And when you file that state, in addition to paying the normal fees and so forth, you say, here are my slate of electors, and here's some alternates in case some of them die, if I win. So when you file, you nominate your electors. And so, when people say Conway West was trying to run for president, well, he only filed in a few states. right? And no one expected him to win. Even if he won every state that he filed in, he would not have, become president. So you have to file. You have to then, of course, campaign. You have to win. Your win has to be counted. Your count has to be certified. The electors have to be invited to the Capitol. They have to vote for you. Those votes have to be transmitted to the archives. The archives has to bring it into the joint session. They have to be counted. You have to win a majority, which case is 270 or more, and then you have to swear the oath of office. Of course, you have to be 35 years of age and born in the United States as well, and then you become president. That's simple.
Yeah, it's
But
just
those are all the steps.
it is a complicated procedure again, But
Yeah.
okay, so we got.
Go
Looks
ahead.
like Tim Cruz is actually talking. I'm watching, but I don't have the audio. But I see Cruz up there. What is he actually saying? Do you know?
So,
Because Ted Cruz
No.
was the one that seconded did the objection. I'm kind of curious what he's actually to argue as far as objection. Now I could probably look up and find it, but I've got a lot of things going on right now. What I'm looking at.
yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. But yes, I now that I'm retired, I'm free to do that. But we did a lot of
Nice.
stuff. Like for example, there's a lot of things that Cisco's involved in the space network, right? We call it Wi-Fi to the stars.
So,
So all those probes that are way out there, right? There's a network there, right? Cisco helps maintain that deep space network.
So now that all that's out, are you going to officially come out and say that you have been paid all this time from NASA to shill for the ball earthers and that the Earth is actually flat, but you couldn't say that when you were working for the man back then?
Well, but it was also was for the American Astronomical Society. I mean, the stuff I did on measuring the distance to the sun, or meteorite searches in Antarctica, or monitoring the eruption of the Kilo volcano, a lot of the stuff was also done not under Cisco's own. They have to be one of my employers. Right? So I mentioned, what was I doing in 2020 besides avoiding COVID-19? It was retiring, moving, and other sorts of things. So back to this stuff again. You have these steps or these processes, and so we're just seeing it unfold. Normally, this process takes about 20 to 30 minutes, right? So it's taking longer because there's an objection that's valid, and we're getting the arguments over it. I would expect that the first state they object to was going to take the longest set of arguments. Now, it's quite possible that, let's say they object to Georgia, that there'll be different set of objections. And remember, for Trump's process to be effective, he has to get the House and the Senate to both agree to set aside enough votes to deny Biden 270. So even if he wins Arizona, it's not good enough. He's got to do more than one.
Yeah, I agree.
Certainly, certainly there are a bunch of things outside the Capitol where there certainly are fighting going forward. I expect that the government's going to take fairly heavy procedures to prevent that. Now the question is Trump looking for violence and bloodbath? Would that be something that would stoke his ego? Would he feel satisfied if there was?
I don't think that it would matter to him one way. I think that the only thing would stroke his ego is if he won. Yeah.
Or he gets more attention.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. Like, look, I mean, he wants the attention. I get that. I think that he loves being the center of attention. But at the same token, his fear of losing, I think it cripples him. Again, going back to the fear aspect, I think that he's crippled by some forms of fear, and he cannot come to terms that he's lost. And here's the thing. In 14 days from now, on January 20th, he is out of the White House. There's nothing that can happen pretty much to prevent that from happening, short of, literally a coup of people trying to pop up as a dictator and take over the government. I mean, other than that, he's gone. He knows he's gone, whether he recognizes it or not. But everybody around has told him it's done. Even after today, I don't think he's going to capitulate, even though there's nothing that could be done after today. There's absolutely nothing except for an insurrection. And I think he would be absolutely satisfied with an insurrection. I think that he thinks sedition is not only warranted, but I think he thinks that sedition is mandatory and mandated by the fact that he honestly believes that this election was corrupt. In which case, he tries to justify it in his own mind that it would be a moral thing for his supporters to do to try to have an actual physical insurrection. Now, do I think that is justified? No. Do I think there are times to have an insurrection and to maybe have seditious things? Possibly. I think that Jefferson had noted when a government gets to the point where it becomes so corrupt, it is a moral obligation. But that's what he's relying on, and that's not where we're at. Nowhere near. I mean, not even the first rung to get to that ladder, to get to that point where something like an insurrection would be the case. And so he's if he's doing that, if he's motivating his following on Twitter to disrupt this, I think there should be some types of sanctions or criminal things on that. I mean, he can't be impeached again. Really, it's only been 14 days.
So he technically
could.
He can. I mean, the House
technically
could.
He technically could. Yeah. I mean,
and then the Senate might.
But look, if they're not going to. Yeah, no, absolutely, he could be impeached, no problem, in the next 2 weeks. But if he's not going to be impeached for the phone call that he had.
Yeah.
I mean, not going to bother.
By the way, so McConnell just said in the Senate, the voters, the courts, the states, they have spoken. If we overrule them, we would damage our republic forever. The election was not actually unusually close. That's Mitch McConnell.
He's not wrong. And he's the Senate Majority Leader.
Yeah. So understand, McConnell is loyal to his vision of the Senate, and of course Trump knows that McConnell is not in his camp, is not willing to bend the things for his stay, and so Trump's been attacking him as well. Well,
Trump's modus operandi is to basically attack anybody that doesn't stand with him and doesn't agree with him. I mean, that's how his whole political career is, and how he wasn't in business as well. And the funniest thing is, Mitch McConnell is not a well-liked individual in politics at all. And so for him to have a sense of, it's hard for me to even sense that he's doing this as a sense of decency. I think there's alternative motives there, but at least he's recognizing to some capacity, for whatever reason, Trump's done. And this does ruin the integrity of the system by what they're doing, even though they're doing nothing at this point illegal or unconstitutional.
Yeah, and so it is a case where they're going back and forth or arguing in the House and Senate about this thing, and which is their right.
Yes.
So now it is you're arguing, it sounds like the Republicans in the House are arguing to basically disenfranchise Arizona. One of them, for example, just stated that the votes of the Navajo should not be considered because they consider themselves to be members of the Navajo Nation. Now, understand, in Arizona, the one of the things that happened was that the various indigenous people there had a massive voter turnout. I mean, in the Navajo Nation, the voter turnout was in the mid 90%, and of the Navajo voters, Biden was winning like 15-1. It was like a landslide on that set, and it was not for the indigenous tribes having a massive get out the vote and then having them massively turn out for Biden. Trump would have won Arizona. But again, they're basically they're throwing up anything they can on the wall, but they know they don't have the votes, but they get to go through again. It's okay to go through these arguments and hear it. It's like, how many times they're going to do this?
Yeah, exactly. It does look like they are having some huge problems with people getting out of hand right now, trying to break into the complexes. It's not affecting where they're on the Senate yet, but I'm thinking that they are preparing. If they're smart, they're going to be preparing to bring out troops.
There's You understand, and I'm talking about it, but there is massive security at the Capitol. This is not like their first rodeo.
No,
right?
but you're dealing with thousands of people here, and that's still a huge amount of people. Now, there is something called posse comitatus, which you cannot use military force on civilians, but there are certain things where you could use military, like the
Capitol
National
Hill
Guard.
has has very effective security measures. If someone were to try to storm the chamber,
They're going to get killed. They're going to get killed. I mean, there's no question about that. I mean, look, when you go to you've been to Washington D.C. When you go to Washington D.C., what people don't realize that when you're walking up those steps in the Lincoln Memorial and those types of things, there are snipers all over the fucking place up there.
Yes, and I say,
you're being watched everywhere.
Now, one of the things that the Capitol has been on lockdown because of the pandemic, and the Capitol is on extra security because of the joint session, and the Capitol is under extra security because of threats of
But you still have an overwhelming amount. If you have an overwhelming force, thousands of people, is going to be very rough. At a certain point, they might have to use deadly force. I mean, seriously.
Yes. Yeah. And again, this is part of the process, because if they were to allow people onto the floor of the House and Senate, they're basically disrupting the judicial process.
This is an odd statement. Somebody says, "Why are you so horrified when the right did it, but cheered in it 2016 until now when the left did it?" I've never done such a thing to either party. I am not beholden to either party. I think the Democrats and the liberals are just as messed up as the Republicans. I was
extraordinarily critical of those who said "not my president." Right in 2016, when people said Trump is not my president, I said,
was one of those
"Sorry,
people.
you're an American. He's your president.
Yeah.
Trump became president because he swore the oath of office. He's allowed to swear the oath of office because he was born in the United States, at least 35 years of age, and the joint session of the House and Senate confirmed he had at least 270 electors.
Yeah, but again, I mean, I'm going to give him principle.
So you to say Trump's not your president,
but
sorry, you're wrong.
No, I agree.
And I was heavily critical of those people who said "not my president."
But here's the thing.
You could say he's not the type of president I want. Okay, that's your opinion.
But I give a little principle of charity. Factually, they are incorrect, but it's one of those statements where they might denote something to the effect of "he's not my president because these are the reasons," although they recognize he is officially the president. There's a thing that you have to evaluate when people say certain things is, do they mean, hey, he is officially not the actual president, in which case factually wrong, or are they trying to have a connotation that he is officially the president of the United States. However, he's not my president because I didn't vote for him or he didn't take it legally, although he is technically the president. I mean, again, these statements have meanings behind them. They have usages. So it really depends what they mean. But yes, I think it's kind of silly. He at that point, he became everybody's president. I don't know what kind of message people are trying to send if they're trying to, argue, well, he's not my president. Okay, I get what you're saying, but it seems a little silly to me. But
I appreciate that, but I also think that in some cases words matter, right? And
so there's a way to be had either way.
Don't play that game.
Yes.
It would have to be an unconstitutional process for which it is there. Now, when the Supreme Court, I think, in my opinion, properly stopped the process in 2000, and then Al Gore personally asked all the senators to not second objections up over Florida, then the Electoral College had 270. I wasn't, for Bush, I wasn't happy. But guess what? Gore, as vice president, proceeded over the chamber that basically said you lost, right? And he did so with dignity. Nixon did it when Kennedy won. Biden did it when Trump won, even though he wasn't running, but he preferred Trump not win. I mean, so it is not uncommon for the vice president to have to preside over someone they don't like winning, but that's the process. That's part of the thing there. So I think it's very important, the word you say, particularly if you're an elected official.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you, but again, there's probably an argument to be had either way. There's no objective measure,
The worst "not my president" occurred probably when Lincoln won the presidency and there were states that committed treason, fact, one of the worst acts of treason in the United States, and attempted to break up the Union.
Mhm.
That's probably the worst time that "not my president" was used.
But I agree. The words have meanings, and so again, or they have usages, not intrinsic meanings. They definitely have some kind of external.
But you're correct. That's what the vernacular means. But the problem is the vernacular carries other tones, and I
Yes.
would caution people to go and do the thing. So yes, I was very, very critical of certain anti-Trump people denying Trump's presidency in 2016.
Yeah, it didn't serve any real legit purposes. It was rhetoric, to say the least. I mean, it's definitely rhetoric.
Yeah.
That's the most we could come of it, is that they're trying to do some kind of rhetoric for whatever reason, right? To try to connote the impression that, hey, either Trump didn't win fair or squarely, or no matter what, even if he's the president of the United States, I'm not going to treat him as somebody who has dominion over me, kind of thing. Even though, of course, he does as a political leader of the United States.
So apparently the a group of protesters had just put up a cross in front of the Capitol building. They erected a cross of Christian cross there as part of their protest.
So where are they at right now? They're still discussing the merits of the objection, or?
Yep. I see the House is still in session. They haven't voted, so there are members who want to speak. Ted Cruz calls for a credible and fair tribunal to ensure the accuracy of the Electoral College results, even though all 50 states and DC have already verified and certified them.
But is that just more?
It basically left my Pence speechless, or at least
I don't see the. I don't. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't see the point of that, though. I don't see what he's trying to accomplish.
Well, Cruz is trying to accomplish seeing himself as being a leading figure in the conservative movement.
So he's posturing.
He's trying to, yes. And so privately, if I were on the Senate floor, I would go to Cruz and I would say, I'm going to remember this, and there will be consequences. You won't know what will happen, but
there will be consequences.
There will be consequences, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think there hopefully will be political consequences. Can you imagine if the political consequences were so great that, I mean, I don't know when he's up again. Is he up in 2022?
That's a good question.
But whenever he is, I mean, I can look it up. But
But he also wants to try, and probably in 2022, to form exploratory committee to run for president in 2024.
That might be true too, or become a president of some kind of committee within the Senate. But yeah, I don't know. I think he's obviously posturing for political gain himself. But I'm wondering, is that worth the backlash he's going to get? Because I think a lot of people are going to remember this, especially politically. People are going to remember this. I don't see him getting a net gain from this. Do you?
So Capitol Police are now using flashbangs to try to get the crowd to disperse. No, this is all part of, this is political theater, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is traitor drama being done in real life, right?
Do you know how long Ted Cruz has been a senator?
Yeah, I'm not a. Well, okay.
I'll tell you what it is. He's been a senator now for over 50 years. He was voted in 1970, December 1970. He has been a senator for 50 years. God dang, that is, how old is he? 75, 70? How old is he's got to be? When was he?
Let's see. Let's see. On here, he's been in office.
Oh no, he's 50 years.
No. Actually, no, wait a minute. I'm not sure.
Okay, no. Yeah, he was born in 50.
He to office.
You're right. He was born in 1950.
I think he's 50 years old. He assumed office in 2013.
Okay, so it's only been 27 years or something like that, but still a long time. Yeah, I don't think he was that old, because I mean I know Mitt Romney's up there. He's like 73 or something, but and when Lindsey Graham's 65, but
he preceded Kay Bailey Hutchinson as a senator from Texas, and
yeah, Tom Cruise isn't that old. He's 50.
Solicitor General of Texas.
He's 50. But still, I mean, people having in the Senate for those periods of time for decades on end, still to me, I believe in term limits, and I know there aren't any official term limits when it comes to the Senate there, but I think that we need to reevaluate in America having congressional term limits. And the counter argument that I hear a lot is, well, they lose their experience and blah blah blah. It's like, so what? You can make that argument for any job, I don't like professional politicians. I never have. I think political politicians get corrupted. I think they're self-motivated. I don't think they ever really actually do anything for their constituents. And so I think people that get voted in to do something for their constituents go in, do the job they're hired to do, and then get out like you do any other job.
Yeah. So he was elected last time in 2018.
Yeah, he was reelected. So he's up for 2020. Isn't it 4 years? Every 4 years?
2022. 6 years for the Senate.
6 years for the Senate. 6 years for the Senate. Okay, it's 2022.
He's also been angling to get on the Supreme Court, and apparently he was on a short list at one point.
Well, Trump's not going to. Trump didn't know it.
I mean, it would be insane if there was a new vacancy on the Supreme Court again at this point. But we'll see.
Let's hope not.
So back to the process. One of the things that arguments, and I think Giovanni points out against term limits is that one of the effects is that the staff and the structure become the permanent power structure. And moreover, you get people basically trade off seats. So even though the person might be flipping back and forth, like in Sunnyvale, you had husband and wife that would trade on who's running for a council seat, as example. That's one of the arguments against it.
They still do that. I think they do that in a lot of places, actually. I mean, I remember back down where I'm at, Mary Bono took over from Sonny Bono. Remember that? For the same thing, kind of thing. So
I think the point is, and you're correct. He goes up. There is merit to term limits, and there are downsides. I mean,
sure, absolutely. I'm not saying
the Republicans were so mad that Roosevelt broke the unwritten running for a third term and fourth term, that they were bound and determined to prevent another Roosevelt from running. Ironically, they did so and got it when they all of a sudden realized that Eisenhower could have easily run a third term in 1960. Or tried to if his health held up, and they realized that they stopped that from happening. Reagan might have tried to run for a third term, an example. So they've realized it's somewhat a limiting mistake, but on the other hand, there's enough people to keep changing that perhaps term limits for the president is a good thing.
And I don't think they're mutually exclusive things like Stonebutt points out in ranked choice voting. I'm not against ranked choice voting. I think that's fine. I think, matter of fact, it's probably the way to go. But that doesn't mean that you can't have term limits as well. I don't see them being mutually exclusive.
And I think, ranked choice voting is something that's I've always been intrigued by.
Yeah.
But every election system has its imperfections, its flaws.
There's no one size fits all.
If you want to look at, for example, what ranked choice voting can do in the negative, take a look at Australia. And in order to say, well, what do you mean by Australia? Well, go and look up something called the preference whisperer. That's one of your homeworks. Go and look up preference whisperer, and you'll see how one can distort ranked choice voting and create some real calamities. Every system has its downside. I mean, I am intrigued by ranked choice voting, but I also am not so
You talk about Glenn DeRay?
So that's process. And I'm intrigued by that process, but I'm also recognized as not the panacea.
No, I don't think there are any. I don't think there's any one size fits all. Matter of fact, I still think even after a couple hundred years of America being around, we still have not in any way, shape, or form perfected our system, even close. Do I think it's a good system? Yes. Matter of fact, the fact that we're having the Congress do this today tells me that the system is good, that they're allowed to have objections. However, I want to see how this pans out because I want to see if they start doing more showmanship and they start doing more obstructivism to the point where they start, trying to argue for every state that Trump lost would be ridiculous. They looks like something's going on. Did they stop them for the 2-hour session that they have?
Yeah. So the iron doors in front of the Capitol have been closed. They have barred people through in the press gallery now. And these are common procedures that occur. But by the way, if we had the State of the Union address and the president's coming into a joint session, that would happen anyway. But this particular time, it's.
Where do you think the president is right now?
I think he's in front of multiple TVs and he's tweeting like mad and he's on the phone and he's.
Do you think he's in a bunker somewhere?
I understand he's in DC, but correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't know. I have no idea. But do I think that you're right about having multiple monitors and on his phone? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I definitely think that that's going to be.
If I were in the House,
he's paying close attention. Yes.
If I were in the House of Senate, I would turn to the camera and say, "And by the way, loser, how does it feel to be a loser?" Right? I would just
rub it in. You want to run salt in the wound.
I want him to play his full cards. I mean, I would say if I were a press corps and I got my one question, I doubt that he will ever take another press conference. I would say, how does it feel to be a loser?
Yeah, well, that's one of his greatest fears. Again, going back to the fear aspect that he has and his dichotomous way of looking at things, you are a winner or a loser. He does not want people to think that he's a loser, even though he lost the election. And he has this cognitive dissonance in his mind where he's trying to reconcile the fact that he's a winner in his mind eye, but he didn't win the election. So the only explanation clearly must be the case that it was a rigged election. That is how I think his operating condition is.
And I think your point about his being an economist is an important point. That's, I guess the vernacular would say he sees everything in black and white.
Yes, very much so. Yes.
But do you want to expand on what it means for someone to be in that?
Okay, so there are such things as a dichotomy, such as in logic you have, it is the case and is not the case, right? So either my name is Steve or it is not the case my name is Steve. These are dichotomous. It can only be one or the other. This is called the principle bivalence. For any proposition, it can only be true or false. And true equals not false and false equals not true. Now, in other types of logic, that doesn't necessarily apply, but in dealing with a black and white fallacy, is that they're trying to make a false equivalency such that it is either one or the other, such as you are either with us or you're against us. That is a false equivalence because there are people that are ambivalent either way, maybe, right? Not being for somebody does not necessarily mean that you are against them. But I think with Trump, he has that mentality. If you're not for him, you must be against him. And if you're not a winner, that must necessarily mean that you're a loser. Now, he bases that on the fact that in sports or in competition, there can only be in one winner, so to speak, right? I mean, you can have a team or whatever. But if you're running a race, the second place is just the first loser, right? That's how he looks at it. So if you're not in that first place, you are the loser, period.
What's happening here? They're telling people to stay. Look at the house. They're telling people to stay there. Let me turn up a little volume and see what's happening.
So I hope that makes sense to my audience there, because I know you agree with that, but I wonder if my audience. Again, it is my subjective evaluation of Trump. That's from my reading what he says and how he acts. That's my interpretation of him, that he is a very black and white kind of person, which is fallacious reasoning.
I mute because I'm trying to see what the
That's
next
fine.
procedural step is.
How long are we going here? We're going for we're going to be pushing 2 hours here, so I don't want to make this an exceptionally long stream, and I'm kind of concerned that this is only their first objection for the state of Arizona, which they only have one for Arizona. But I mean, once they get done with that, even if they only have 2 hours, they are probably, again, going to have an objection for Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. I don't think they're going to do all those. I think that they only have to have objections for Arizona, Georgia, and maybe one other state to get it below the 270, get those votes thrown out. However, if this one fails, I think there's an argument to be made that they're probably not going to bother with the other ones, with maybe the exception of Georgia. I think Georgia's kind of a given that they'll have an objection because it's just one of the most contested states for whatever reason. But in the long run, eventually these votes have to get certified. I don't think they're going to get below the 270.
House went into recess.
Mm-hmm. Have they gone to recess or they evacuated? There's a difference there. I mean, they have protests right now, so.
The Capitol is now on lockdown amidst tense demonstrators outside the building. According to Capitol cops, they've tried to leave the building, but
now,
cops
now let me ask you,
it's on lockdown.
Do they have a right at this point, do they have a right to tell the demonstrators, you must leave, you must evacuate? Or is that something that is against our political system? If they're, now again, I have no problem with political demonstrations. If they're not violent.
So there's sorry. Right now they're saying that there's protesters trying to enter the building.
Yeah, no, they're literally there. I mean, I'm watching.
The Senate and the House have gone into suspension. The lawmakers are in the Senate are inside.
But this is kind of scary that there are people that are trying to get into the building. At that point, you're no longer a peaceful protester. You are a danger. You're a threat. There's a threat assessment that is going on at that point. So if the threat assessment is great, do you think that they have a right to tell the group to disband? Because I think that they do.
So what happened now is that the members have been rushed into their chambers, the doors have been locked, and there's now fairly armed security.
But you can see this escalating very quickly. So again, Landon, can you hear me, Landon?
I don't want to have the thing. I've been following some live stats there. So just a moment here,
sure.
Getting information what's happening.
All right, so let me ask the audience, what do you guys think? Because at that point, when they start trying to enter the buildings, that is a threat. And those people are authorized to use deadly force. It's like going through airport security or going into a judge's chambers. They have a right to use deadly force at that point. And I think these people are putting themselves in harm's way and in jeopardy when they're doing something stupid like that.
House and Senate sends in recess to the House the call of the chairs.
Yeah, Mr. Sirius doing a First Amendment audit. Yeah, that's actually pretty funny, Mr. Sirius. Bad timing on that. And breaking into Congress, probably not a proper way to do a First Amendment audit, but that was pretty good.
So press galleries have been locked. Vice President was rushed off to a safe location.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point they would be justified to go weapons hot. These are active threats. I'm not trying to sound paranoid, but if you're watching what's going on, when you have people, protesters, trying to enter a secure building like that where there are government officials, that is an active threat, period. Yeah. And again, that goes way beyond some peaceful type of protest. I mean, this could escalate very, very quickly. And then it goes to the fact, is there some culpability, whether it be morally or legally? Is there a culpability that would be had for Trump to incite his base like that? Now, it may not...
So McConnell is basically saying there's a very serious situation, and basically we can't be doing, overturning the will of the people.
It may not be a criminal thing for Trump, but I think it's unethical.
Trump claims the election was stolen.
Yeah, but he's inciting his base.
But he's saying, these are baseless accusations.
Right. But again, I hold that he's ethically responsible if there's going to be action taken against civilians when the civilians are basically being riled up because he is riling them up.
I would hold him responsible if I were a member of the House. I would use this as article impeachment.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I think there's a case to be had for that. I don't know how that would be formulated, but he definitely, to me, seems to be inciting sedition.
Yes.
I don't know how else to put it.
He reported Secret Service ushered Pence out of the Capitol through underground tunnels to protect him from the angry mob sent by Trump.
See, they're wording it that way, right? I mean, that word is intentional. Sent is an intentional word there. That they're sending somebody that is a thought, that is a mental construct of people saying that there's somebody that is doing the sending, which would be Trump.
One thing is that we don't have. I mean, the press has been sort of locked into their chamber. They've been moved out of the press gallery, so the press gallery is empty.
Oh, they've got the riot gear out now. They've got,
and basically there's these steel enforced kind of slabs that have come down, are protecting the chamber.
Yeah.
Right. They understand that there's like really heavily blast-proof doors, blah 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 on the line, but also outside there's probably quite deadly force there, saying because again this is attack on the United States.
Absolutely, it is. This is attack on democracy.
And it is quite rightful if some people think this is 1776, all this stuff, and they're going to storm the Capitol. It is
They're
quite
sadly mistaken.
correct to use, if necessary, deadly force.
Yes, it is.
To protect the integrity of the nation.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. And it's sad because again, I'm
not asking to be done. I'm saying that's quite proper.
I am not going to go so far to say there's not times for insurrection. I definitely agree with Jefferson on that. That every couple hundred years, maybe when government gets to the point where they're so corrupt, there are times for it. This is nowhere near that, and those people are putting their lives in jeopardy because those people that are hired for security, those people that have that oath, they're not going to mess around with them. They're not going to play this. Oh, you're just being a political, activist. They're going to consider them to be an active threat as well as they should. And somebody who was active military 6 years, that is how they're trained to think, and there's reasons for that. Absolutely. If I was on security detail, and I've stood watch before, if there's an active threat,
say, let me have a discussion. Let's have a Twitter debate over.
So are you here to like just object
or
your threat? You don't sit there. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't work that way.
So Ted Lieu said that the assault on the nation's capital is a coup attempt and those involved should be prosecuted as such. And I agree.
And I think so as well. I fully think they should be prosecuted. It is almost like a coup. I don't see how else you could view it as anything but that.
Or an attempt, right? Coup would be successful.
Yeah, you're right. An attempt at a coup. But will there be criminal prosecutions? Probably, maybe a handful.
I hope so.
I'm more concerned
if there's legal acts happening, which appears to be the case, then I hope that
there'll be arrests. They'll be arrested. I'm just concerned. Is there a chance for this to go escalating to deadly force? And I think yes, there's that chance. Absolutely, there's a chance. Let's hope that it starts dying down before them. I think people are getting arrested. And I think that we're seeing these riot gear comes out and these police coming out. I think a lot of people are going to be like, yeah, Trump isn't worth it, except for the really ride or dies. But I don't see a lot of people putting their life on the line because Trump has a tweet out to them. It just. Trump just.
Let me give you. I got because I have members of Congress or congressional staff. I was given this recording.
Is that true that Trump? Did Trump declare Pence a terrorist?
Let me. I know if you hear me or not. Is this microphone here going?
Yeah, but I can't hear what you're playing.
Wait, let me
try again.
Is it this microphone that's working?
Yeah, that's you're tapping on that one.
Okay. If you're silent, let me put this on speaker and.
What are they rapping on? What is that?
This is the door leading into the outer chamber, right?
Okay.
And then I'm hearing bang on stuff. They're trying and also heard essentially some flashbang going on.
Yeah,
this
those
is from a staffer that it has a video showed me saying, this is now serious, and the staffers are caught because they're not allowed on the floor,
Yeah.
and they can't leave the outside,
No,
so they're in kind of the rotunda area.
That's not gunshots. Those were not gunshots. It doesn't sound like.
No, those are
flash-
but there was a flashbang that was heard
Yeah.
where they're trying to clear the people out.
So Trump, in his tweet, I have gone to the Twitter now. He has said, quote, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a correct set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands truth. This to me is virtue signaling. This to me is, again, him signaling to his base that there's fraud, even though there's been no evidence for that. And he knows that people will get riled up with that. I mean, he
tear gas is being smelled.
This is really unreal, to be honest with you. That
to storm the Capitol incited by the President of the United States. Let that sink in, right? That's
not how I expected the day to go. To be honest with you, I know that they're doing the election coverage. That we're going to be doing that, talking about the process.
They're telling people stay seated, stay in the chamber. In fact, if I were in the chamber, that would be the safest place to be.
But here's the thing: isn't this amazing? We're having a program to discuss the civics.
Oh, wait a minute! There are now people walking around.
Why are they going in? How they're actually in the Capitol Hill? Wait, how?
I see somebody in the rotunda.
Yeah, no, there's a whole group of people.
Flags. They've got backpacks.
How is this? How is that possible?
They're the MAGA hats.
They're literally in the Capitol right now.
They're in the rotunda area
Dozens of
in the
them.
Capitol.
Am I missing something here?
They've got flags. They've got there are 30 people running back and forth.
Like seriously, am I imagining this?
No, I'm watching it. I'm seeing live right now in the rotunda of the Capitol under the dome.
How did they just get in there?
People, they're walking in. They've got backpacks. They've got. I haven't seen ammunitions right there.
There's one security guard.
2020 MAGA.
I thought they're on lockdown, and how are they just strolling in?
How is this not being? Well, we don't know yet. We just wait and see. But these people who are inside here.
One has a flag. Don't tread on me. They broke a door. Somebody said, and they're streaming. Yeah, it looks like they're streaming. I can see people holding up their phones. And by the way, I did not think, again, that we'd be doing a play-by-play by this, except for actually tallying the votes. We had the map ready to go to show as they confirmed them. But I didn't think Landon and I would be doing broadcasting a play-by-play on people storming the freaking Capitol, seemingly at the behest of Trump. Whether it was explicit or not is irrelevant. I don't think it was explicit, but he definitely seems to imply to his supporters, this was a fraudulent election, and of course they're going to do what they're going to do.
They've got a Trump flag carrying forward.
They breached the U.S. Capitol building. Yep, protesters breached the U.S. Capitol building. Wow.
And I would hope that every person who is caught on camera is prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Absolutely, but a lot of them are wearing obviously masks. Some aren't because they're just
no. But the problem is a lot of people are stupid enough to bring their phones in.
Yeah, no, they're recording themselves committing a crime.
And
they're proud of it.
I would order force sufficient to clear the Capitol.
Are they walking out at this point, or they're storming into?
They're kind of walking back and forth.
Yeah.
Now the thing that I don't see is that there's a couple of people outside the ropes that they're sort of along the line, and there's a couple of people that look like the security people there who are sort of,
but they don't seem very concerned. The security people. The protesters are actually widening the stanchions, the rope stanchions. They're actually widening them in the Capitol building as if they want more traffic going through there. So now it looks like they're exiting the Capitol building. This is one of the strangest things I've ever seen. I don't know what the hell's going on.
So the security people are moving out of the area, probably because it's The security people that were there that were monitoring the situation have now been, as appeared, like they were recalled.
Are they de-escalating? So it looks like they're de-escalating.
I'm hoping that's the case.
Yeah, it looks like they're de-escalating. It looks like they're the.
But there's more people kind of coming in and out.
But they're all sitting in the foyer, just outside of the main building, the hall thing there. They're all outside of that, outside the doors. This is bizarre, man. Yeah, I don't want to show any of the footage because again, these organizations.
So right now, the actual
think of this as radio.
Is empty. Well, there's one gentleman. There's occasionally a gentleman that walks back and forth between the hallway between the two chambers. Security people have left the camera area. Camera went off.
But it does look like they all left the building peacefully, so. But they're all outside the building now, so it looks like they left voluntarily. But they're on lockdown. The building is on lockdown. The buildings have been evacuated. The Capitol Hill has been or in process of being evacuated by Capitol Police.
So there is a notion again, you say of restraint. The security people are, certainly being restrained in this process.
Yeah, and it looks like it is being de-escalated effectively at the moment. But there are a bunch of people outside, and it looks like they're not a happy mob. So anything is possible, but they are exiting the Capitol building now. So they have signs like "Stop Steal."
So in my opinion, the people that entered the building forcefully have committed a felony and should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Yeah, will that happen? Probably not.
I would do it.
Oh no, I agree with you. I'd support that. But is it something practical that they're going to do? I don't think so.
Depends on where it's going to go. So, what do you think is going to happen now? Are they going to? Has the security people de-escalated?
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem, Landon. How are they going to go back to the count after this? There's still a threat assessment that's being taken place. There's still a mob outside that could enter at any time. I mean, they were having a discussion in the Capitol on the objection, and now that has been stopped. That has been stopped. The count has been stopped. So where do we go from there?
Well, at some point they've got to, in the process to go forward, they've got to, go out of recess. So again, the two chambers suspended debate quite properly.
Yes,
because of security threat, right? Yeah. But we have a nice super
chat.
Yep.
Yeah, a Stone Butt for $5 says, and here I thought I was going to a dry stream about electoral procedure. I'll never underestimate the stupidity and irreverence of Trumpist again. Yeah, hey, first of all, my streams are not dry, Stone Butt. But
no,
but
we do appreciate the $4.99. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yes, I do live off the internet, so I appreciate every dollar. Trust me. Even if you want to say my stream was going to be dry, but yeah, no, I get what you're saying. And it makes a lot of sense too when people talk about civics. Some people are not even interested in it, and I don't begrudge them for it. I don't. But still, a lot of people did learn some things they may have not learned before. That's why I asked the audience on that, and I don't think any of us expected there to be this much drama. Now, I think that they probably prepared for it. I think they're well prepared, and that they expected, the possibility of this. I mean, they have contingency upon contingency. These are not untrained personnel, and I think they've effectively resolved it for now. Doesn't mean that it's still not a actively a volatile situation. But it looks like the protesters are peaceful for the most part right now. It looks like they have calmed down. I don't really see switching through the news feeds and switching through all this videos, I don't really see anything of major consequence beyond just a group of people standing around supporting Trump. I mean, do you notice anything different?
No, I don't, and I don't know the current state. I'd have to listen to audio to see what happens. Again, I have to say that kudos to the Capitol security people for not escalating this where it could have gone.
Yeah, well, there was no reason to yet. Like I said, they have a right to use deadly force, but again, you have to have the rules of engagement. Kawasa 5001, something is not right when an election stream sounds like Ali versus Foreman 74. Thank you. This is not something that we usually do. This is not my style of repertoire for my YouTube channel. I do presentations maybe, but we have discussions. But I don't think that you and I have ever, or me and anybody really have done anything really live as far as blow by blow, except for our election coverage that we have done before. But even then, it was nothing like this, I don't think.
Yeah. By the way, I've heard people talk. They're saying treason. Treason is very, very, very explicit. It is actually one of the few crimes listed in the Constitution.
Yes.
Article 3, Section 3, which reads, "Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or adhering to their enemies or giving aid or comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless the testimony of 2 witnesses of the same act or on confession."
Yeah, this is not treason.
In open court. Congress shall have the power to declare punishment of treason, and no bill of attainder shall work or corruption of blood or forfeiture except during the life of the person attained. So it doesn't. The Constitution doesn't say what the penalty is, but it says it's very, very clear: levying war against them, adhering enemies or giving them aid or comfort, or not. There's nothing that now they have created passed laws creating related offenses to punish conduct that undermines national security. That's sedition.
Well, that's what I would label this as. This is in my opinion, is far more something on the guise of sedition. It definitely wouldn't be treason, but sedition would be the inciting of people to commit, crimes against the government or against political people, to undermine the democratic process of some sort, which is exactly what they're trying to do. I mean, they're trying to undermine the democratic process, and I think that Trump is, at the very least, complicit in sedition. But I think I think there's an argument to be made that he is in some ways actively supporting some form of sedition by the fact that he is putting out grossly incorrect information in order to incite his base. I don't know, again, whether they would go after him legally for that, but I certainly think a case could be made for that, even on an ethical level.
So because sedition is an overt conduct, such as speech or organization that tends towards rebellion against established order. It includes subversion of the Constitution and incitement towards it, or rebellion against established authority. Sedition may include many common sort of things aimed at open violence.
And Intrigue Feline asks a great question. She says, "At what point can we call this an attempted coup?" I would say this is a pre-coup. I'm not going to go on record to say that I think it's an attempted coup until there's some kind of violence.
And sedition would be if, for example, and I would say that it appears that the people who forced their way into the Capitol illegally were committing seditious acts.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Coup would be the case where there are authorities that attempt to support Trump in
if one of his senators, if a senator or Republican attempted to overturn the government, that would be definitely fall under a coup.
Well, he'd have to, but so I would say that I reserve coup for when there's somebody who is overstepping their authority.
Yeah, the political authority.
Use force, the authority to maintain it, right? So
but I don't think it has
to be a president getting the military to keep themselves in office.
But I don't think that I don't think you have to be a political person to have a coup d'état. I think that
that's true.
The citizens can do a coup, as long as that they try to undermine the democratic process by seizing government And usually that's under the form of some kind of violence because it's not easy to do, right? I mean, they're not going to walk in and say, hey, look, Trump's president, and not have some kind of backlash by the Capitol Police. That will definitely turn into a violent altercation. Did you think?
Yeah.
Okay, God's Auditor $2. Senate is being evacuated.
No. So, a violent overthrow or alteration of the existing government by a small group is a coup.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So there, I think it's violence or alteration by a group. So if that group were using, for example, attempt to use force to take over or disrupt the process, then and again, this is why I think that what people have done is quite serious, and I would be very disappointed if there wasn't prosecution.
I agree with you. I think there should be prosecutions now, but of course you have to like find out who they were, which is a challenge in itself. And I think they would have been arrested on the spot had there going to be some prosecutions. But I think because they left voluntarily, I don't think that's the avenue they're going to go.
I mean, because also the notion to say of just because you have the ability to use deadly force doesn't mean you should.
Right. And I agree with that as well. But I don't see any prosecution so far coming from this. I could be wrong. But as of right now, I don't think there's anybody's going to be prosecuted for anything that they've done. But I'm not seeing anything to the contrary one way or to the affirm that either way. So I'm just looking at, like I said, various news feeds, and it just shows the protesters that are outside the Capitol building. It does look like they have left the inside. Can you imagine being that one person standing out there going, Trump sucks? Yeah, that's how you're going to incite that group. They're using tear gas, somebody said. Brian Stevens said. Congress has tear masks under their seats. Have they deployed some types of tear masks? Or some kind of tear gas? I haven't seen that yet. There is a lot of people, though. I mean, it is massive amount of people there. Holy cow! Is that a hell of a turnout, though? Thousands.
So the terrorism now has moved towards trying to break into the House chamber.
Are they in the House? 'Cause I'm looking at the Capitol building, but.
We're saying I was just.
See, I don't know where they're trying to get into right now. So they have ordered a curfew. The D.C. mayor has ordered a curfew, 6 p.m. curfew after protesters stormed a Capitol building. So they are taking some kind of actions. So a 6 p.m. curfew would be 3 p.m. my time. So it is almost noon. So they have about a little over 3 hours to disperse. So he did order a curfew. That actually is something that's notable.
Image of tear gas being used.
But that's pretty notable that they have said, that these protesters have to go by 6 o'clock. So they're implementing at least some form of restriction on their ability to congregate. Which
now
is
a
fine.
curfew.
Yeah, there's now a curfew. And I have no problem with that.
Lawmakers are now being evacuated out of the House chamber. I saw them leaving.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how this.
There's tear gas in the rotunda.
I don't know how this helps Trump's supporters. I think this looks extremely bad. So they've deployed tear gas now to clear out the rotunda.
There's also, I saw a protester is also using tear gas.
A protester is. This is happening so fast, the news isn't even keeping up with it, to be honest with you.
I'm seeing a person with a MAGA hat spraying tear gas towards Capitol security people.
This is like happening right this second, so fast that it's not even up to date in the news yet. God's order to $2. This isn't a coup. It's a punch. I don't know that word. It's a pooch. Is that Yiddish? It's punch. Putsch. Now I gotta look this up. It's gonna drive me nuts here. A violent attempt to overthrow a government. Oh, beer hall push, also known as the Munich
There's
push,
now an armed standoff at the front of the house doors.
was a failed coup d'etat by the Nazi party leader Adolf Hitler. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, this is unreal. This is escalating at this moment. It appears to be escalating with tear gas and possibly weapons.
Yes, it's bond. So what was happening here is that some protesters or people wearing MAGA hats came in with a backpack with tear gas and launched the tear gas towards the security people, created a fog, and then they tried to rush the doors of the House chamber.
Wow,
They were repelled. And now what it's hard to see, but you see basically tear gas in front. That's when the house was evacuated, process by which the House chamber was evacuated, and there's now an armed standoff. So I think it's getting a little bit more serious.
Yeah. Members of Congress inside House chambers told by police to put on gas masks after tear gas dispersed in Capitol Rotunda. That is from 3 minutes ago from the Washington AP, Associated Press. And that's, by the way, that's all they have. This is happening so quickly and so much in real time that the entire news article consists of members of Congress inside House chambers told by police to put on gas masks after tear gas dispersed in the Capitol Rotunda.
Proceedings have been paused.
Unbelievable. Now, those people obviously have committed crimes. Those should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And I'm surprised they weren't killed. I'm actually the restraint of the Capitol Police.
Well, one of the problems now is that they've cut the cell service within the Capitol, and the press is no longer there. So we don't have, and also they cut some of the camera feeds being broadcast to C-SPAN, right? Because they don't want to give the protesters information about what's happening. Right, I turned off the audio feed there. They're just showing people outside, in DC. A curfew has now been put forward. Now it's interesting. This is going to be an interesting sort of dueling thing because the mayor of Washington DC has authority to put in a curfew, but the president has authority to overrule the mayor, and Congress has authority to overrule the president.
So they're reporting there have been, according to Matt Fuller, Congress and staff for the Huntington Post, reporting that there have been shots fired in the chamber. There is an image of people with weapons hot. Two people that have their weapons out. I assume they're police, though. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, because again, that was the thing that confused me. Because when I saw tear gas being deployed, I thought it was outside, but you realize it's inside.
It's inside. There's three people with weapons drawn inside the courthouse, the Capitol. I guess is the Capitol chambers. There are literally three people, weapons hot, guns drawn. They're pointing toward the door, so they're pointing to one of the doors that looks like they have possibly barricaded themselves in. They look like
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it looks like here. I will show the image live here. It looks like to me that they've actually set up some kind of barricade and gone weapons drawn. Now I'm going to show this particular image in the news in the feed here. Give me 1 second while I do this, though, if you want to continue.
Yeah. So part of the thing, so the part of the difficulty is that the press is now, in a safe room. The camera feeds inside are no longer being broadcast outside. Cell service has been around the thing has been shut down. Though the cell towers are still pinging, right? So people who are holding their cell phones, taking selfies, are identifying their location, and And if your identification is positively located inside the Capitol at this point, and you do not have official business there, you are doing
Okay, I'm
something.
gonna expand this as much as I can so I don't lose too much resolution, but I will show this image here in a second. Okay, so if you guys look very closely, you'll see 3 people with guns drawn towards the door that has looked like they have barricaded from the inside. Am I looking at that properly, guys, from the outside in the live? Can you guys see that? I can make it larger, but it definitely appears that they have weapons drawn at a barricaded door. I've blown it up as much as I can blow it up. There we go. So you guys, yeah, I'm looking at the outside feed. There are 3 people with guns drawn. And it looks like they put it some kind of
No
desk in front of the
reported number
door.
of police officers have been injured.
Yeah. So wow, did this day turn into something I had not expected? That is incredible. That is really, really mind-boggling that we have a situation where they have actively gone weapons hot. That these demonstrators are an active threat now. That is an active threat. They will be killed. They will be killed if they try to attempt to go into that building anymore, I think. Holy moly.
So press members are reporting that basically they're sheltering in place, or they're kind of in the tunnels. They're being allowed to sort of stay there.
I'm not even tweeting anything out. I'm just focused on the stream here. Unbelievable. There's a lot of aggregate stuff going on. So
Trump just tweeted that Pence is refusing to be loyal to him.
Which is sedition. I mean, he's actively claiming that Pence is disloyal as if some kind of, of a kingship. I mean, he thinks he's the king or something. And look, I'm not a Pence fan by any stretch of the imagination, but Pence has done nothing wrong so far. There are people actively scaling the Capitol, like literally scaling the wall after pushing through the barricades. It is being stormed. It is effectively under siege.
So they're saying that there's a security person who's basically came back to the press and saying they're attempting to de-escalate the situation. That members of the members of Congress and the vice president are safe, and they're trying to de-escalate the situation.
How do you de-escalate though when you have people that are literally trying to siege the Capitol? Now it looks like there has been some kind of de-escalation, but still, it's like Van Deal in 1998, $2. Have votings been this violent in the past before? Probably not since the 1800s.
I mean, there was a member who was almost beat to death by another member of Congress by a cane. In 1800s, he insulted the Confederacy, and the person was defending their honor. So what's happening now is that all the members are safe, in safe locations, and they're trying to de-escalate the situation. But we also don't have actual camera views now into the rotunda.
Well, which is smart. I mean, they shouldn't have they shouldn't have that.
Now the cameras are probably still rolling and recording.
Oh, absolutely, but they're not being broadcast, not giving any intel
right now. And again, this is part of the use of even though you have the authority for deadly force, you also try to use it judiciously.
there would be.
But it's just a lot of this is happening so quickly that even the news can't keep up.
Having been in Capitol, I have seen one of the secure rooms in the Capitol. There's a number of places where if there was something bad happening that people could be brought into. These are heavily vaulted areas. What's been now reported was, so the security people have somebody who's going to reporters who are kind of huddled, gave them some information, right? And one of the things they said is that the vice president has been secured, the Speaker of the House has been secured, Secret Service has now secured, all of the cabinet members are in line of succession for that. So now the situation is, what do they do? How do you handle the situation? There's a judgment call that security people have to make, right? And in theory, they could have used deadly force as people were rushing up the Capitol steps. They chose not to. They now, I don't know what's happened, right? But they tried to de-escalate that thing, and it's not been, and to some extent you would say, well, it's not extremely violent, but we don't know quite what's happened inside. That being said, I can't imagine Congress is going to be very tolerant of people trying to stop the conditional proceedings going forward.
Well, yeah, and how do you go back to the two? One, certification of the counts, and two, there was already an objection being discussed in the Senate by Cruz and the whoever the House person was that had the objection, to try to throw out the Arizona votes. That still has not been concluded yet.
You're right. We're still at 11-0 with the debate over Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, literally right now, President has 12 electoral votes, and that's the only thing that has been entered into the record. That's the only thing. Those are the only two states that are entered into the congressional record so far, because they objected at the Arizona count.
Yeah, and so so the process, again, going forward, I don't know when do they resume? We will have to wait to see if they're able to resume soon, or I can't imagine if there are people who are, for example, at the House chamber doors, that they would say, "Oh, let's open up and start reconvene again." I can't imagine.
Well, first of all, I mean, even if they have implemented the curfew, which is going to be 3 hours from now at 6 o'clock Eastern time, that the curfew goes into play from the DC mayor. But at that point, do they expect the protesters to go away and all of a sudden reconvene? I don't think that's very feasible when there's been an active threat. There has been civilians that have been implementing use of tear gas against the Capitol Police. There has been reports of shots fired. There has been Capitol Police barricading themselves into the rotunda after tear gas was used. I find it very difficult to go back to say, okay, we're going to continue to have discussions on the objection for the Arizona count at this point.
Congress has the ability to reconvene in a secure remote location. And so I don't know what's quite happening, whether that's, and so there's ability to do that. Should that be necessary? So currently, of course, you try to secure the people, the staff. You then because you can imagine, why wouldn't they start shooting people coming into Rotunda? Well, you don't want to be having shots fired while you have people like the vice president and the Speaker of the House and members of Congress and their staff, innocent people around, right?
But you can't. At this point, the protesters have become an active threat. That's established, I think. So until the protesters disperse, I don't see how they can continue in the certification of the count, or you can talk about the objection for the Arizona counts. But at the same token, do they have a right to act the peaceful protester to disband? Yes, I think that they do at this point. They absolutely have a right to have the curfew, but that's still 3 hours from now. So what happens between now and then?
One of the things that also is that Congress has the ability to reconvene at a secure location. So it would be interesting to see whether that's the option they're going to go for, or not.
So yes, I have some of these images. Yeah, they definitely have breached the Capitol. At first, they looked like they were leaving voluntarily. You could see that they actually were going back outside of the Capitol building, but it looks like they've re-entered actually. And I don't think that the Capitol Police know exactly how to take care of this, because again, you're completely outnumbered with the internal Capitol Police. It's going to be required the actual military to come in, I think, at this point, to really secure these facilities if it gets any worse. I'm surprised that they haven't started deploying National Guard yet. I'm actually kind of surprised.
So Ted Cruz says anyone engaged in violence, especially even though passions run high, should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. So Cruz is now.
And you and I said the same exact thing. Absolutely.
So that's the thing with Cruz. So now I guess we need to sort of see what's going to happen, right? Is it going to be that they're going to try to clear the place and resecure the Capitol?
Probably, yeah.
Outside the Capitol.
I'm thinking that would probably be the most likely thing. There's a shot of the buildings of the protesters. This is just one. There's a couple of the actual main entrance where they were just filing through with flags. But yeah, no, I think that'd probably be the best course of action would them to de-escalate, remove the protesters.
There's now.
You cut out.
What is this? Is it somebody actually that got into the chamber?
The chamber looked like it was barricaded. This is a great question, actually. Cassius Romanus asks, "What powers would Trump have if there's martial law?" Now, here's an interesting point. The president has a right to declare a national emergency and declare martial law. He has actually that right. Would he be able to do so in his own self-interest if his supporters are the ones that are storming the Capitol, if they're the ones that they're the active threat? What would happen if he imposed martial law?
Well, the National Guard for D.C. is ultimately answerable to the president. The National Guard of a state is for the governor.
Yes.
But for D.C., it's the president.
Yes.
So now the question becomes, and so you might have the conflict between normally the mayor and the Capitol Police manage the day-to-day security. Under law, the president has the ability to
do you think that he would prevent it? I mean, again, the National Guard in that area would report to the president, would they not?
Yes, but
Okay.
again, the question becomes at this point, the way that could happen even further is that Congress could get together. They can do a rapid article impeachment. They can convict, remove him as president, and then move forward. Right? That is constitutional. How you would if the president attempted to use his authority to complicate the ability to secure the Capitol, Congress has the ability they could rapidly impeach and convict and bounce him out.
I'm sure I mean, I don't know what he's aware of specifically, but I'm sure he has advisors that are telling him these things, but he's not somebody who have listened to his advisors in the past.
But but I say the Secret Service, we know now again the Secret Service has secured the vice president, the Speaker of the House, and the people who are in the line of succession. For example, one of the line of succession is the senator. What's the term? Senator pro tem.
So it's a couple people, and again, this is
for example, a senior person would be the person also in line. He was moved to a secure location, which is kind of how they knew. Pence rushing out, being protected by Secret Service was expected. When they went to get Grassley, who would be fourth in line on the president, that's when people said, "Oh, the Secret Service has basically done it's called a crash." Right, and if they say they're
okay. So real quick, from the other day, from what I'm reading, there was already a request from the DC mayor to deploy National Guard, and the Pentagon did approve that. Now there's some conflicting reports whether if they are in fact deploying the DC National Guard. I think they've asked for it. They'd asked for it prior to this, and it was approved by the Pentagon. So I don't know if they're actually mobilizing or not.
Yep. But it'll be interesting if we don't know what Trump has been doing. I haven't watched his feed, whether he is aiding and abetting, he is cheering on, or he's just, I don't know. I don't know what Trump is doing right now.
Can you give me 1 second here?
Sure. So again, there's a lot of tweeting going on. I'm trying to do it based upon actual live footage or messages from, I have a staff member of a member of Congress who we worked with for a while, and they're in a lockdown situation, and they were informed that they're going to, that they're losing, they've lost, they're going to lose cell service, right?
Which makes sense. I think that obviously you want to isolate. You want to turn off the self-service. You want to cut the feeds. You want to make sure that there is no intel. Now, again, these do not look like they're obviously any kind of well-trained military people storming the Capitol. This is not like some kind of military coup kind of thing. These people are not going to have access to those kinds of things. But you definitely want to restrict the flow of information to them as much as possible. That's one of the primary things you need to do. So
now, by the way, there's another option in this process. Mike Pence could, if for example, if Trump were trying to aid and abet the disruption of the Capitol, Mike Pence could try to initiate the 25th Amendment. The problem is that the way the Constitution reads, it talks about he has to have a majority of the cabinet to go along with it.
Yeah, but would that be instantaneous?
About who is the cabinet, right? Because Trump has not appointed enough people to act a cabinet. He has acting cabinet members.
Yeah, but okay. So in order for Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment, he has to show that the president either he passed away, or he has somehow no longer fit to do the job.
No longer capable of performing the duty.
Yeah,
right?
this would be equivalent to like Star Trek, if you guys remember when Dr. McCoy had certified, when the Kirk or whoever's not able to perform as a captain any longer. The 25th Amendment is in play, where if the president becomes unable for whatever, it's usually because if they become incapacitated. It's only, from my understanding, been invoked. I think when Reagan got shot, did they invoke the 25th Amendment? I don't remember.
Well, no. Well, there was a time where when he was under operation, that Bush was advised to stay on hand.
Okay. So, but there's been times where the vice president has been on call, ready to take over from the president, especially when the president goes for surgery and things of that nature.
I mean, the reason why the 25th Amendment came about is because Wilson effectively, we believe, suffered a stroke.
Right, but it's usually because of infirmity, right, or some kind of medical thing. Would he be able to invoke the 25th if there's some form of sedition where it's established that Trump is actively being seditious to mobilize his fans or supporters to rally his troops, so to speak, to have them go out there and actively siege the Capitol, which seems to be the case?
Yeah, well, whenever the vice president and a majority of either the principal officers, the executive departments, or other such body as Congress may provide, transmit to the president pro tem of the Senate and Speaker of the House their written declaration that the president is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office, vice president shall immediately assume powers and duties of the acting president.
It looks like it is official. The National Guard is en route to the Capitol.
Yeah.
So like I said, they prepared for this day yesterday. They actually, the Pentagon had been having, looked like a request to have the National Guard ready to mobilize. So they had not been unaware of these type of eventuality or potential situation.
Yeah. So this is, but again, Article 4 of the 25th Amendment says that that the president is unable to discharge his powers and duties of his office. So you could say that's a pretty broad attitude. It doesn't say you're ill or so forth. You could say if, for example, let's say that Trump were trying to encourage the protesters to resist and disrupt the Capitol, Pence could say he's unable to discharge his officer.
Right, but how explicit does that have to be before he's able to justify such a thing? Because right now it looks like it's implicit, but I don't see anywhere where he said, I'm requesting all MAGA people to go out and do this, because that would be obviously explicit and overt.
Yeah. So the question becomes, now if, for example, it looks like, and I got another message from somebody that the confirming the National Guard has been called out. So if that were to happen, the next question would become, if the president attempts to interfere with, or let's say, for example, Trump could do something where he could be giving security briefing, turn on and passing it to the protesters, right? If he tries to aid and assist the protesters in this Capitol, attempted Capitol takeover, you could argue that he is no longer able to.
I completely agree. I absolutely, right? You completely agree.
Let's talk about what happens when so it says Pence has to have a letter signed by the majority of the principal officers of the department. So we're talking about Secretary of State, Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of Defense, Attorney General, Secretary of Interior, Secretary of Agriculture, Commerce, Labor, Health and Human Services, Housing and Urban Development, Transportation, Energy, Education, Veteran Affairs, and Homeland Security. That's the slate of 15 cabinet members. He has to get at least 8 to sign, and he has to transmit that letter to the to essentially the Speaker of the House and the President pro tem of the Senate. Now that's actually doable because they now know where people are. Under the chaos, difficult. But so when that happens, when that letter is delivered, he immediately becomes president. Thereafter, the president, when the president transmits to the Senate his written declaration that if the president turns around and says no inability exists, so Trump can come around and say, no, I'm able to do so. Mm-hmm. He shall resume duties unless the vice president and majority of declarations
for 2 weeks. Yeah, he'll be president for the next 2 weeks.
That transmit within 4 days to the House. No, he's unfit to duty. Which case Congress shall decide the issue. Congress reconvenes. Mm-hmm. They have 40 hours after the 4 days to hold a thing of whether or not there. But again, Pence is not. I don't know if Pence would be the type of person to try to do that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
You only need to do this if it turns out that Trump is actually aiding and abetting. Go ahead.
Okay, so no, some people were saying the Pentagon denied the request. No, the National Guard is mobilizing.
Yes.
So, let's see here. At least all my reports say that they have it mobilizing. D.C. Mayor has called in for the National Guard. They are moving out, according to CBS News, at least. Now, again, this is all very much changing on the fly. So, but like I said, it looks like that the mayor had called for mobilization of the National Guard yesterday or the day before, even in expectation of something like this. And according to the news, according to CBS News, they are being rolled out as we speak. Let's see here. I'm trying to catch up on the live chat as well, so sorry, guys.
So it's interesting to see how some of the protesters are maskless, some have masks, and some just have chin diapers.
Well, it is very nice that they're maskless if they're going to commit crimes, I guess. Just saying, it makes sense.
But there's sort of this crowd that are walking around the Capitol. We need a miracle, Texas flags, Trump flags. I'm asking everyone in the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Remember, we are a party of law and order. Respect the law and the great men and women in blue. Thank you, Donald Trump. So Trump has, that was just a tweet by Trump. So Trump is asking people not to be violent and respect law.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's just a show kind of thing.
So PBS now has confirmed there's a gunshot victim, but no details. Now, if that in fact is true, maybe someone could look at Trump's feed Did he in fact say respect law enforcement stuff?
I don't have of that yet. The only thing I found is that the evacuation because of the tear gas. But I'm trying to find that on you said they said PBS, right?
Yes. PBS confirmed gunshot victim, but they don't know what or the state of affairs on that.
Yeah, I don't know what the details on that is. There's nothing that I can find as of yet. But there's a lot of aggregate stuff coming in at the moment. And then I'm trying to keep up with his feed, to the president's feed, which is just...
Trump's Twitter asking everyone, he said, again, that I think it says correct saying, Trump's Twitter said, I'm asking everyone in the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Remember, we are a party of law and order. Now, party, right? He's not talking about the... Which party is he talking about? Respect law and our great men and women.
See, there's tweets out there, people saying breaking report, the Pentagon denied a request, but I don't find anything in the news about that. They don't cite anything. I've seen some tweets that are saying it, but I'm not seeing anywhere where that that has been denied today. That
okay, so well, yeah. So I just saw guns drawn as guns drawn where people were trying to break into the door, but then that was taken off. He was taken off there. So yeah, I think that. So here's the thing we know right now that the House and Senate are in lockdown. The members of the presidential session are being secure in secure locations, as well as the special members. There is the National Guard that's mobilizing. There are police warning people to clear the area now. That's another thing that we're seeing. Is basically they're telling folks, you do not want to be around when the National Guard is deployed, right? Because when they do this coup, right? This is where it's about responsible escalation. When you I didn't say coup, I mean when they go into curfew, right? Then the act of being there is sufficient grounds for use of force.
Yeah, Washington USA 9 has reported that a pipe bomb was reported outside the Washington office about an hour ago. That is new. I haven't seen anything on that yet, but the Republican Elaine Laura reported on her Twitter, I just had to evacuate my office because of a pipe bomb reported outside. Supporters of the president are trying to force their way into the Capitol, and what I can hear what sounds like multiple gunshots. That is from a representative, Elaine Laura.
There's a bunch of guns drawn and Secret Service basically pointing at through the window. There's the barricade is there. The members were rushed out.
Yeah, let me show that image again in case people are joining us now, of it being weapons hot. So as you guys can see there, it is clearly that there are people that have barricaded themselves into the Capitol. 3 guns are drawn, obviously weapons hot, in case there is people actually trying to get into the main chamber there.
Yeah, the security people, and sometimes they do not, they're trained to say that when they draw their weapon, you don't draw your weapon to threaten people. You draw the weapon.
You're trained to kill. Yeah, there's no question about that. You don't. It's not one of those things where I'm going to shoot you in the leg to disable you. It is if you're in that type of position where you're a bodyguard or a Capitol Police or even in the military, and there's an active threat, you are trained to shoot to kill. It's simple as that. It's a double tap.
No. So I was on mute, but I saw basically that the police are basically saying evacuate the area. Curfew is coming because, again, when there's a curfew and you're violating curfew,
they have a reason to arrest.
It's probable cause, right? Yes. And resisting arrest under curfew, they can use deadly force.
Yes, that is actually a smart thing by the mayor.
For protecting people's house, protesters have a constitutional right to be heard, but I urge them to remain peaceful. That's Kevin McCarthy, GOP leader.
But it makes a lot of sense to impose the curfew because, as you said, that gives them a right to go in and have arrest and to use force to clear the area.
The place in front of the Capitol looked like a mess with all kinds of crap all over the ground. People have pretty much cleared that area. In front of the Capitol. There's not very many people. If they're there, I mean, I can see police cars with lights flashing. I saw a motorcycle cop or two drive by, but there's farther in the background. I do see people still walking back and forth closer to the Capitol. So this is obviously a press feed from looking across the thing to the Capitol. So beyond the trees, I do see people walking back and forth. I don't think there's security details because I see flags waving and other sorts of stuff.
There's a lot of, surprisingly, there's not a lot of stuff coming across the AP wire.
And part of the thing is that the press are strung there. It's it said basically, one of the things that is interesting is that basically, that the staff, has been clear. Basically, people just, they were told, stop what you're doing, go to safe spots, and there was a media evacuation. Now, it is come out because they talked about it in the press, but it's known that in Congress, people there are safety devices that members have available, and so they put on gas masks, and they were ushered out in part because of the tear gas being deployed apparently by the protesters in the rotunda.
Yeah, according to the Washington Post, it has been confirmed a person was shot inside the Capitol, U.S. Capitol, after a mob breached the building. According to two people with knowledge of the incident, the circumstances were not immediately clear. One of those people said the person shot was receiving emergency care. So even before there were shots fired, even when we started this coverage, we had said this could escalate quickly and that there could be very well an instance of people being shot because they are authorized to. They're very much authorized to, and it is an active threat when you're entering a secured facility such as a Capitol building, a judge's chamber, an airport, and they have every right to use deadly force. Now, it does not say.
We have a very generous chat from our tweet, or donation from Rez.
Yes, and I'm going to get to that in 1 second, actually, very much so. But I want to make it clear, we don't know who shot whom at this point.
Yes, we don't know that they're protester, right, a bystander, a security officer.
So, Rez Instance, thank you, my friend, for 100 Australian. Thank you very much, Rez, and I'm glad that you're watching the coverage. I'm quite actually honored that there are 110 people watching this coverage. I hate these people. I said it, and I don't blame you. I do as well, to be honest with you. I can safely say that I have a contempt for people that will do such a thing, that will try to circumvent the election process. And this is not democracy in action. This is not people taking the moral high ground. This is people that are basically being blindly led by a narcissistic authoritarian who doesn't want to capitulate that he's lost the election and is letting his ego get in the way of the safety of the American people. I think he should be prosecuted. I think that Trump should be held for sedition. I think that he should be impeached again. I have no problem with anything that happens for him to have some kind of at least moral culpability and moral accountability for what has happened today. Because this is not patriotism.
And I hear the emotion. Understand that what I dislike is the behavior, right? I'm gonna focus on the behavior, which is what we see in trying to subvert the process. And I'm hoping again that people calm down. I'm hoping that things is restored. I think there is culpability on behalf of the president for what's happened.
Absolutely.
He is tweeting things as if essentially he's doesn't want violence, but he spent a long time inciting it.
Yes.
And again, as a member of Congress, a member of House of Representatives, I would have no hesitation to, when it's proper, to introduce a bill of impeachment.
Which, by the way, he still could be impeached again, even with 2 weeks left.
So Biden is going. I guess he's going to also issue a statement at some point.
Yeah, so there have been some tweets out there that saying that the Defense Department or Pentagon has denied the request to deploy a National Guard, but none of them have cited any actual news organization in their tweets. The news organizations, the CBS News, is reporting that the National Guard has been approved and has been approved for days and is on the way to Washington.
And given Trump's statement or tweets, it doesn't appear as if he is anyway attempting to try to interfere with that or
do you think there's an argument to be made that given this situation, and again, this is I'm not saying one way or another, I'm asking you for your opinion, that at this point Trump's phone should be taken away from him?
Well, no, as president, he needs to have access to security details, right? Now, if I was the staff, I would try to say, why don't you stop tweeting at the moment?
How about this? Should Twitter intervene and say we are not going to allow tweets by him? I mean, I'm not into censorship, but there's an argument to be made if he is actively causing sedition. Does Twitter at that point have a right to say this is a national security thing, or do the national security tell Twitter that?
And you raise a really great question.
Hypothetically, of course.
What should Twitter do?
Yeah.
If I were Twitter, I would consider saying we are going to allow him to tweet, but we're going to hold that in abeyance. We're going to withhold his tweets. We'll record them all
for a while,
but we'll release them a day later or something.
So there is actual right now. There's actual protesters and police fighting inside the Capitol. Active altercations.
They're breaking in windows now. Protesters are breaking windows. There is, basically, sticks or bats. They've gone through.
They've broken through. They're actively engaged.
This is a news breach here.
Yeah, this is one of those things, though. Even when Trump, like 17 minutes ago, said, "I am asking for everybody at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you." I'm sorry, but that's not going to cut it. It's just not.
I would
that's lip service. That's not. That's just a dog and pony show. You know what he should do if he really gave a shit? If he actually cared about what's going on, he'd be like, "I concede. It's over. I'm done." Anything less than that, he should be tried for sedition, impeached again, or held morally culpable for what has been happening today. That is my opinion on that. But if he actually gave a shit, am I wrong for suggesting that he could end all this? At least for the most part, you still probably would have fanaticals to an extreme that would say, well, he's not actually capitulating, or even if he did, we're going to fight for him. But at this point, the responsible thing to do is to concede and say, it's over, I'm done, and I'm out. I just got an atheist pastor in here. I don't know if you've been following. I know you just woke up to all this, and the basically America's burning for all practical purposes.
Yeah. I've just done a quick, I guess, read and catch up on what's going on. Had a look. Obviously, the news we get here is different to it's fairly, I guess, politically charged, the news you get in the US. But what I'm saying here, you guys are in a lot of trouble. But this has gotten to the point of ridiculous now. America is so polarized at the moment on both sides. This is insanity. We're watching Rome fall. We are watching Rome fall live on TV.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you. We were
I am going to very much disagree with you.
Really? Well,
I don't respect that, and here's why. There's a difference between the Capitol being on lockdown and America fall, and if you don't understand the difference, you don't understand America or political process. It's serious.
Okay, I know.
It's not going to have an effect. It's more a term. I
don't think even that rhetoric is actually useful.
I'm going to disagree with you a little bit, Landon, and let me explain why, and then you can come back. And I agree that it's not actually the case where this is the downfall of America. However, these are the precursors that lead to things to a downfall of America. If we can get to a state in our country where we have somebody in an authoritative position of this nature, to this type of sedition, to this type of level of narcissism, and it's honored, it's actually kind of put on a pedestal by these people. That's a scary thing for America. Do I think it's just going to have a long-term implication as far as an overall effect on democracy? No, I think that democracy is going to work. I think that Trump's going to be gone in 2 weeks. But there are people being actively injured today.
There's going to be a healing process.
Yes.
It's the way America's been over the last 4 years, and it's not, neither side is to blame on their own. Both sides are to blame. There's extremists on both sides that have probably helped to charge. You've got a president who tweets dumb things, which really doesn't help. And it's, it polarizes one side for him and one side against him in such an extreme way.
Mm-hmm.
But look, there has to be a healing process. I think what Mike Pence has done, I think, was the responsible thing.
I give props to him. Yeah, he actually did okay. Yeah, I give props.
But the reality is, Trump's not going to concede, because in Trump's head, he's already campaigning for the 2024 election. That's what's going on here, and really, what needs to happen is Trump just needs to go away. He had his 4 years. Look, and the thing is, it's, as much as people hate him, there was some good stuff that he did. There was some completely bonkers stuff that he did, but there was some decent stuff that he did early on for the economy, and all that will forever be forgotten. And all that's going to be remembered is the temper tantrums, the bad tweets, and how polarized
this is what it's come to, folks.
He helped to make America at this time. I know there's no such thing as a sensible center realistically, because people fall on either side, and sometimes their votes will swing back, one way or the other. But the reality is, America just needs to move away from these extremes on both sides, and just gets back to somewhere that is a little bit more sensible. I truly do think the administration coming in is the right administration for that. Probably more the vice president, I think, that you've got coming in. I think Kamala Harris. I really, I don't wish anything ill on Biden, but I really hope she becomes president sooner rather than later, because I think she will be. I think she's looking at her policies, her background. I think she will be the right person for it.
All right. See, I have, as of 12 minutes ago, the District of Columbia National Guard has activated 340 members to support the D.C. Metropolitan Police during the pro-Trump demonstrations in response to requests from the D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser. This was from 12 minutes ago. And so if it's from 12 minutes ago, I don't know why. Actually, it's 10 minutes ago. This is the latest news I have on this, that the 340 members of the National Guard have been deployed to Washington, D.C. So I don't know where these reports are coming from that they would deny that request.
So that's, and then again, let's not jump to hyperbole and so forth. We do see now credible reports that they've been deployed. We heard audio things of the police saying, to clear the area, that they're basically going to go under curfew. We do see now, there was a photograph of police basically standing, doing an armed, standing side by side there, blocking the steps. So that's, certainly is happening there, and they're trying to restore order. The question is, will they be attempting to try and reconvene Congress in place? Will they try to reconvene Congress in an alternate spot? And what's going to happen next? That's one of the things as far as this was regarding the Electoral College count.
So apparently it was a young woman that was shot in the neck in the Capitol building. Apparently, supposedly died on the scene. They have armed Capitol Police with assault rifles on scene.
This is insane.
This is from 20 minutes ago, so it does look like
I'm watching this. This is crazy. One thing I am noticing is all the people online who are wanting to defund the police only a few months ago are now very pro the
No,
police.
I don't think they're related. I don't think they're related.
No, I don't know.
I'm for defunding the police too, but it's not.
You've got the people on the other side who are very pro law and order and anti protests and saying that all the protests going on were dangerous and shouldn't happen, and now all of a sudden pro protest. And there's also I'm seeing a lot of people on the right who are really disavowing and walking back from what's going on. And saying that it's actually Antifa in disguise, which is rubbish.
I have no indication of that, but
I've seen Eric Hovind, actually of all people, just tweeted.
Yeah, I don't know who actually shot. I mean, apparently it looks like that it was possibly the Capitol Police, but it's hard to tell. But there was definitely a shooting. And like I said, I still see that the National Guard are being sent out. So I don't know why there's reports on Twitter. People saying that the request was denied. The request was actually approved by the Pentagon a day or 2 days ago, and that there are other states that are sending out National Guards, a couple hundred people. So they should be there shortly. And that would probably be, again, to enforce the curfew as well.
Yeah. It's... I'm seeing actually a lot of Republican politicians they're doing what Trump should be doing and telling people to just go home.
Yes, that's the wise. At this has become violent. Like I said before, when this happened, when we were just watching them certify the counts and go by each state and then ask if there's any objections, and they got to Arizona, and then they had an objection. They retired to the Senate to talk about the particular objection, and then these protesters started up. We were actually saying this could be something that could escalate very quickly, and it certainly did.
So, out of curiosity, does this mean that the presidential vote has not been certified?
It has not been entered. It has not been officially entered to the record yet. When we did, when they started, there's only been 2 states that were into the national record. That was Alaska and Alabama. They're going in alphabetical order. So when they got to Arizona, which was the next state on the alphabetical list, that's when this started going, and they had to go evacuate the chambers.
Okay. So I would imagine there was. I mean, it's not like Trump can stay in power, even if none of this is certified. All that would happen is Nancy Pelosi would just become president until it got sorted out.
Well, and that's the thing, though. He's done either way. I don't think anybody in the right mind
he's gone.
Doesn't understand that.
Even Pence is against. Look, I know he's not going to come out and concede because that's not what he wants to do. But at the very least, he could come out and say, hey, we don't like this. Everyone needs to stop, and we're going to get ready to prepare for 2024. If he wants, he's basically campaigning for 2024 with what he's doing.
Well, he's not spinning that correctly, sure. I still think that'd be inappropriate.
He doesn't know how to spin things. If I was on his staff, I would take his phone off him.
Well, and that's what I was asking Landon earlier. Is there justification to do such a thing? But the fact remains is that because he has not capitulated, because he's not done concession, this is occurring. And for him, for the way to resolve this, at least a majority resolve this, would be for Trump right now to say that he has a concession speech and it's over and done. Landon, what are you hearing, by the way? I've noticed you turn off your camera, so I assume that you're watching and listening to certain things, Landon?
Yes.
Yeah. So anything new going on? Because I'm trying to get an aggregate. I got multiple tabs open, and it's just coming in piecemeal, to say the least.
Trying to determine if there's information regarding how the proceeding will resume and when. So
Do you think that it actually can? I mean, first of all, they would have to wait till the curfew. That's already 6 o'clock Pacific Eastern time. They'd have to make sure the curfew is enforced. But it does look like the protesters are being arrested. It does look like they are being at gunpoint. The Capitol Police is no longer just there in a passive mode. They have gone full active.
Okay, so yeah, the certainly I saw also was given an image of essentially that they've reestablished a line in the Capitol steps, and there's a number of people that have been led away. Presumably that means they've been arrested. There still are people in the area beyond it, but as I say, the curfew is coming, and those people will be less tolerant.
It does look
that.
like
Now,
it's de-escalating though. After you know,
yeah.
somebody has actually looked
So-
like it's died. They died. So
So again, I want to condemn things saying, well, this is Rome burning and so forth. That's also kind of rhetoric which we don't need at this point. It's very concerning, but you're seeing the system actually working, even under active threat, where the process is moving forward. Now the question is, what's the next step? And there's a number of options they have on the next step.
what do you think those options are? Give me your options, and what do you think the most likely would be?
So the options is that you try to reconvene the suspended session at a future time in the chambers. Option 2 is you try to reconvene the session at the secured location. And that's probably going to depend upon, I'm guessing, on the security status of the area. So you might even see where they will say, well, they'll try to look at it, assess it the next day, and see what happens, right? And we might see tonight, essentially, the curfew attempting to try to restore order.
Real quick,
At that point,
real quick, the governor of Washington, Virginia, has been confirmed that the governor has sent 200 troops, Virginia National Guard, from Virginia to Washington D.C. That has been confirmed by the governor.
And that's also that's actually quite common, right? Maryland does the same thing.
Yeah.
There are the
They
two
share,
states that are bordering the
Right,
DC.
right.
They have additional resources, and it's quite common for that to occur. It's just kind of a shame that has to be there. Now, by the way, I should point out, I'm wearing a T-shirt that says "Sorry, Trademark Canada." This is in honor of Dave McInnes and Ansgar, who has this nice T-shirt. And there's this running joke that when you say sorry, it's been trademarked by Canada. So to the rest of the world, I'll say sorry, trademark Canada.
So when the National Guard get there, because it won't take very long, do you see that having an escalation or de-escalation? Because it could go either way. We've seen before that when the guards are called out, and there are people trying to disperse protesters, it never seems to go well.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, as you said, when weapons are drawn. You don't draw weapons to sort of threaten. You don't bring out the National Guard unless you're prepared to use them. So it's quite reasonable to not bring out the National Guard under suspicion.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's a more reasoned approach towards things, because the National Guard is not brought in there to do to have a nice discussion about people's feelings.
Yes, I completely agree.
If the National Guard are there for one reason,
to kill you if you yeah, they're there. I mean, the National Guard is basically they're enforcing the law. That's it. They're enforcing the law. Again, there's certain things that the military can and cannot do on American soil because of posse comitatus. But the National Guard can have the right to enforce certain conditions, especially if there's a military
really quickly.
Martial law.
Sorry, I'm looking at some live pictures now, and it looks as though that the steps are clear of the building. There's people all around it, but there's absolutely a very clear part on the steps that people aren't on. So I'd say it looks as though it may be getting under control. It could have just been momentary insanity where everything sort of went a little bit off the rails, but that's possibly this is what they do. They get it under control.
That could be the eye before the storm kind of thing, especially when the National Guard show up. Let's hope not. I think that it looks like it is de-escalating. I think that the worst probably is over. But they are going on lockdown, and once the curfew goes into effect, 2 hours and 12 minutes from now, I think that I think people will be disbanding. I think that they will be dispersing. But I do hold Trump accountable.
You would hope so.
Yeah, you would hope so, right? I mean, I'm the.
He could have de-escalated the thing very quickly.
Yes, absolutely.
By the way, I want to point out my family just served me this really nice, yummy
that looks delish.
Dish there. It looks like there's veggie bits and savory bits and and potato bits with a little bit of sauce bits to have a nice caboose here. So thank you very much.
Okay, you lost me at
Thank
the
you very much,
caboose. But,
Landon.
yeah, I don't drink that stuff, but whatever.
I'm a little bit jealous. I'm yet to have breakfast yet. I woke up to this.
Well, as I say, sorry, Trademark Canada.
Sorry, Trademark Canada. I have working. No, it's not. Never mind. I was going to show you something. I've had weird things with my camera lately. I don't know. My computer's been doing weird stuff. Oh, there we go. Okay, now. Let me show you what I'm having. These are Life. These are original veggie straws. These are the low-fat version. Not that I'm against fat. Fat is actually pretty good for you, but I'm trying to keep down my calories. So, but I don't know if you ever had these things. They're veggie straws. These are Life. These are. This is free and promotional for them, so I hope they don't get upset. But these Clancy veggie straws, I'm telling you, these are some of the greatest things I've ever had in my mouth. Take that for what it's worth. Okay.
So what are they? They're like the snack, yeah. They're like just the long.
Yeah, they're
chips.
They're just like chips, but they're made out of like spinach. They're made out of potatoes, but they've basically flavored to have spinach by spinach powder and beetroot and tomato and safflower and oh man, they're just amazing. So that's my promotional for them.
I think we've got something similar here, and from what I can recall, they are pretty good, but we don't quite get the snack variety over here that you get over there.
Yeah, I like the.
But we do have some pretty good ones that you don't have. So
yeah, no, I love trying new things, and I do probably
Landon,
prefer.
you're muted, I think.
I'd say there are a number of snacks that you have in Australia that are nigh impossible to getting here. I mean, and one of the straws I like, but of a different flavor, is Tim Tams. Right?
I've never had Tim Tams. I would like to try Tim Tams. I know they're popular.
And also crisps or the potato chips in Australia are not these salt-laden things, but they actually have lots of flavor. They're not just bags of salt acting around stuff. And of course, there's also wagon wheels and other things like that. And of course, you have all the mites.
I haven't had a wagon wheel for ages. They're unreal. I love wagon wheels.
They're just insane. So yeah. In fact, this morning, courtesy of Red Eye, I had Vegemite on toast, but I had Blend 17 Vegemite, the rare savory thing.
Kawasa says, you do know that the hummus will probably cancel out when it benefit eating those veggies, right? Yeah, by the way, how do you know I had hummus? I literally had hummus this morning with them, pine nut hummus, with it to be exact, but I didn't have much left because that is high calories, so I'm conservative in how much I have hummus at a time, but hummus is life too.
Yeah. So, by the way, I presume you have Vegemite or one of those things.
I don't do Vegemite. Marmite, Vegemite, that to me is just no. If I'm going to put like a fungus or something like mushrooms, I'll eat mushrooms. Or like I had Camembert cheese the other day, and the layer of white crust on Camembert is actually penicillin Camembert or something, but it's a fungus and it's good. But I do not eat.
I'll tell you right now,
like
Vegemite is life. If you're not having Vegemite every day, then you're missing out.
We will never see eye to eye on this. You're just objectively wrong.
Take bread you have to slice a reasonable chunk, and put it in a pair in the toaster because you're going to have more than one. You then take butter and you put it on top, and then you put Vegemite. Or
I'll tell you what, Landon. I tell you what, because I'm a fair-minded individual, and I have two very intelligent people here that are telling me that it's good. So, because it's been a very long time since I've had Vegemite, because I've been to Australia and I had it there and I didn't like it. But there was a kind of Vegemite that was like served in a, one of those ketchup things where you peel out the top and you have the Vegemite in there. Yeah. So maybe that was the mediocre kind. But I am willing.
And you've got to do Vegemite right. That's the thing. So what we'll do is we will teach you how to do Vegemite right.
You tell me what to get. You tell me what to get. I will find it here in the States. I mean, I have like a Trader Joe's or whatever. I will try it again. But the thing is if I don't like it, what do I do with the rest? I'll give it to my roomie. He'll eat anything. But I'll tell you what, I will try it again. You tell me what to get, and I will give you my honest assessment in it. Is that fair? Am I open-minded?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think I think you also need to try it, properly under good circumstances as well, because it to some people it's acquired taste. For me, it was instantaneous, right? It was my first Vegemite on toast was in Australia, and people expected me to react, and I go, oh, this is yummy. Can I have some more?
Yeah, well, yeah. Actually, you tell me how you want me to proceed on it. I will update you on it as soon as I get my hands on some Vegemite.
See, it's a really simple, really simple thing. What you do is you get the toast, plenty of butter on the toast, and then just this sort of light spread, just this smidgen, I guess you'd say, of Vegemite. The Vegemite reacts with the butter, and it is amazing. I guess it's like coffee, or even or beer or something like that. You have your first one, it might seem a bit bitter, you mightn't like the taste, but give it a week and you can't get enough of the stuff.
I've had things like that. Beer was not one of them. I've liked beer from day one.
But did you know that there is a worldwide shortage now on brewer's yeast?
Really?
Oh, is there?
On brewer's yeast, and so if you are not in the place where Vegemite in places are naturally found, you're going to have a harder time getting some things, right?
I'll tell you this: I didn't have it with beer because I actually like beer right off, but I didn't like Scotch growing up. My dad used to drink Jameson and Cutty Shark, which is, if anybody knows about Scotch, is basically like the base level crap.
No, Scotch. No, Scotch is just whiskey from Scotland.
Yeah, it's a type of whiskey, right? Of course, it's not like a bourbon, which is like
Tennessee. No, it is.
But it's from Scotland.
No,
yes,
but it's whiskey. It's the
I
only
didn't like
difference
those brands.
It's Scottish.
Yeah. But they were either double malt or blended, which is not as good as a single malt. But I didn't like the Cutty Shark. I thought it was nasty. But when God's Otter sent me Johnny Walker Black, I was like, this is heavenly. Because I said I'm willing to try Scotch again, and I thought it was delicious. And he got me some Glenlivet at 12, which was really good too. I think I like the Johnny Walker Black, but that's just personal taste.
So there's a wide range of mites, not just the craft Vegemite stuff. There, there's Promite, there's Aussie Mite, there's Ozamite, there's Mighty Mite. There's a number of things. There's even, I have to say, of the mites, my least favorite. Sorry to offend, is Marmite. I'm not a
Marmite's evil. Marmite's terrible. So, as is Promite.
No. Oh, see, I actually like it. So it's a matter of taste, right?
Yeah. Let's see. I'm a Vegemite guy, but growing up, my father preferred Promite, so we always used to have Promite, and I think I've just naturally developed a distaste for it for that reason. But
I understand. It's different, but again, it's been now cooking.
Cheesy Mite's good.
Yeah. And there's also shapes. I like the shapes. That's another snack called shapes, and there's a Vegemite thing shapes, particularly ones with a Tasmania on it. You can.
Real quick,
is
there anything updating? I have an image to show people right now. This actually came from the inside of the chambers. This is actually somebody who is these are actually people. Just where those, about 2 hours ago, this is where they were counting. Oh, no, excuse me. This is where they were having the objections on the vote count for Arizona to try to get it thrown out, get those votes thrown out. And now you have protesters in those chambers taking pictures of themselves. You cannot make this up. They're legit taking pictures of themselves committing a crime. What am I missing here?
Yeah. We're not dealing with geniuses here. Let's be honest.
Yeah. I'm just at a loss, man. Jameson is Irish whiskey, but I'm Scots Irish, so I don't really care. I understand the distinction, but I'll take Scottish or Irish.
I guess they're Celts, aren't they? So.
Scottish Scummer for $2 says Marmite is the nectar of the gods. So should I try Marmite or Vegemite?
No,
Vegemite.
Don't try Marmite.
Okay,
Vegemite. I would recommend Vegemite first. Right. For a cultural experience and education, you could try Marmite. But
I love trying new things, even though I've had it before. But I'll like I said, I will give it a shot. I'm still trying to get some whiskey cheddar cheese that I was told about by a Faithless Pheasant, and it looks really good. But when I went to go get it, they didn't have any. So, but I love people telling me new things to try. I love that. So. All right. Anyways, going back to the topic here, I don't know where else to go with this. It doesn't look like they're going to continue on with the count anytime soon.
One thing, there certainly are people. For example, there's a picture of somebody in in Nancy Pelosi's office, sitting at her desk. There's somebody who, but again, if you talk about an impeachable article, Trump began today by saying, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Those words have meanings for somebody of that position, though.
I would use that as an article of impeachment, and even though it's there and bounce them out. If
I'm not going to disagree with you. Yeah, I think there's
the only thing that worries me is I think that plays right into Trump's narrative.
So what?
I think put him. Let him, remove him from office, try him, and put him in jail.
But do you think that can happen?
If he's convicted, right?
Do you think that can happen quickly? I mean, I don't see that happening, but I mean, obviously, a lot of people just want to be like, okay, 14 days, he's gone. Let's just push through it, power through it. But they got to get those counts certified, and they have only a certain amount of time to do it, I would imagine. And they still haven't resolved the objection that Arizona has raised, even though it's kind of, I think, trivial and moot, but it still has to be entered into the court records. So you think that maybe after they clear the streets and after the curfew goes into effect, they're going to try to resume this?
But will they resume it? I mean, I can't see it happening anytime soon.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, do you think it's going to happen today?
I think what everyone does next, I think everyone has to be careful with, because you don't. I think if they were to remove Trump right now, it is going to. Well, for a start, I don't know if there's any constitutional reason that they could. I don't know if I guess all politics aside, is there actually justification to do that? But if they were to, it's just going to inflame things. It's just going to really, these people who are out protesting, you think it's bad now. If their God Emperor gets thrown out, I mean,
well, and I mean, there's an argument to be had for that, sure, but
anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they've already seemed to cross any lines of decorum and decency to the point where they're actively engaged in violence to overthrow the democratic process. So I'm not really going to think that that's a formidable reason to not try to get Trump out of office. I do hold, like I said, Trump morally culpable for the mere fact that he has not capitulated. He could do the responsible thing and end this, at least the vast majority of it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And he should have. He really should have. And he's the reason he isn't is it's for completely selfish motivations.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but Mike Pence, the president we didn't know we all wanted.
I mean, like I said, I'll give credit where credit is due. He's actually been okay today. He's actually done the right thing. So apparently that these protesters are streaming, taking selfies with, or the police are taking selfies with these people that some people are calling them terrorists. And I'm not objecting to that use of terminology per se at the moment, but I don't think that being cordial to people that are actively engaged in going over barricades. But again, these people that they're seeing, they're not being those people. So I mean,
no,
you can't lump them all together. Well, it depends if they're on property and they're not supposed to be, but it doesn't look like they're anywhere that they've been asked to leave. That doesn't look like they're in like the internal chambers, and so
the people who've been recorded as being in the chambers.
Those people are committed. Yes, absolutely. But you don't want to. You can't lump in all the peaceful protesters in with everybody else. That's what the curfew's for. And then
But here's a delicate problem. If you let the people get away with it, you're establishing a standard that you can do this again when someone else
absolutely.
I could be very important for legal consequences to be heard.
Yes,
and so forth, and Trump to be also held legally accountable for that.
I do not disagree, and they are mobilizing the entire DC National Guard.
So, and by the way, one of the things that happens when you impeach the president is president can't pardon themselves under impeachment. The Constitution explicitly prohibits that. It's one of
That's
the
true.
limitations of
And you can't preemptively pardon yourself either for things that might happen in the future. I've completely lost my train of thought, actually. But oh, sorry, that's what I was going to say. I think you'll find. Look, I know there's all this talk about Trump being arrested, and maybe there's a case that he should be. I don't think it will happen, and the reason I don't think it will happen is because I don't think any politician on either side, regardless of how much they might dislike the man, wants to set that precedent. Because if you do it to one, well, you know what? Then it's going to be impeach and arrest Biden for the next 4 years, or Harris, or whoever's next. That's all you're ever
I'm not
hear.
going to disagree to say that's probably not the best political move, but we have to weigh in.
They look after themselves first.
But you have to
politicians
weigh.
will look after themselves.
But you have to weigh in a lot of factors. Again, I deal with a lot of virtue ethics and things of ethical considerations. What's the ethical thing to do? I think it is to hold Trump accountable. I think that is the ethical thing to do. However, I also have to recognize there are political ramifications for doing that, as you point out. So it's not like there's any right or wrong answer to be had. It is what is the overall net benefit to the democratic process at this point. And I think Landon has a very good point. If we don't hold people accountable, it gives them almost a carte blanche to do things like this in the future. And I think a strong statement needs to be made.
Yeah, no, the question becomes, what's a strong statement? What should you do? Now, an argument made on a political expediency is you let Trump ride out his term, but to hold him certainly accountable afterwards is something that may be necessary.
I'm okay with that too.
I think, for example, and I told President Ford to his face that I hold him responsible for pardoning Nixon. I think that was a bad move. Yes, you say, well, it's healing and blah blah blah, everything going forward. No, I think consequences have to be made for this. The question is, what are reasonable consequences? Now, the authorities have been very restrained in their use of force, right? So I get kudos for them for not just
perhaps too restraint in some ways, maybe. I don't know. I think there's a time where a force is definitely not only authorized but mandated to some degree. You have people that they're literally sitting in the chair of the Senate chamber. I mean that to me is. Now I'm not saying kill them. I'm not saying use deadly force if there's no reason to. If you're not an active threat, but they should have gone in guns drawn and just taken these people to the floor and hauled them out instantaneously. I think they maybe showed too much restraint.
Biden's speaking, so it might be worth just listening to Biden.
Okay,
sure. But I never heard those. I never thought I'd be interested in those words before. Just listen to Biden. That's new.
I don't have the Biden feed on that.
I do, but I don't want to play it.
I'll give you the highlights.
I've got closed captioning though.
So he just said that a democracy is under unprecedented assault, unlike anything we've seen in modern times.
And that's because of the
Fair enough.
The protest going on right now, I assume, right?
Yeah. And well, again, I want to clarify my statements about impeaching the president, holding him accountable, is to use the legal process to have consequence. What will probably actually happen to Trump? Nothing. While he's still in office.
Yeah, no, I don't think anything will happen while he's in office, and I don't even know if something will happen afterwards. But like I said, there's a difference between holding somebody politically accountable and morally culpable. And as of right now, he is morally culpable, regardless of whatever happens. He is the reason this is happening, and it falls squarely on his plate.
I received a message from a person where apparently unnamed GOP leadership has sent a message to Trump asking him to make much stronger condemnation of what's happening and merely say, keep calm.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, it's just, he's not making any kind of strong statement. I'm sorry.
So the Congress will reconvene at some point, right? And you think the Republicans have the audacity to continue this electoral college protest?
Oh man, see, and that's a good question. One, obviously, the ones that were going to
I'm sorry,
contest.
for audacity. Do you think that they would try? Audacity is a loaded term. Do you think the Republicans will push forward even harder, or will they
All right,
step back and
we're here,
So, so Biden's just said that the words of a president matter, and he said that at best they can inspire, at worst he said they can incite, and he's calling on Trump to go on TV to basically get on and tell him to go.
I happen to agree with that. But okay,
So do I.
so in regards to your question though, the states that we're going to contest to try to get those votes thrown out, which are going to be Arizona, Georgia for sure, and quite possibly Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, they've already written those objections, and they're already, they were all ready to go. And I don't know if at this point that it would be in their best interest. It never was, but I mean, this may give them some pause to go, hey, look, maybe we should just forget about this. Now, I think it's going to be determinant on how they resolve the Arizona one. If Arizona is resolved and they don't throw them out, I think they probably won't do any other state other than Georgia, right? I mean, again, there's no way to know. You can't put anything past politicians because we don't know what their self-interest is. All we can do is say, you know what, I think that they're going to do what they think is in their political self-interest.
Yeah, and they'll virtue signal. I mean, these politicians that are wanting to overturn the result, they're not wanting to overturn it for any reason apart from they're probably thinking of a presidential run in 2024 themselves. I mean, Ted Cruz. I mean, come on, like Ted Cruz sticking up for Trump this much.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's only one reason for that.
Yeah.
He's gearing for a run.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
these politicians are just. I know people don't like politicians, but I mean, they are just self-serving.
Well, I mean, this is what Landon and I said at
rest.
the very beginning before you came on, is that they're going to do what's in their best interest, and they have their own political aspirations, whether it be presidential run or cabinet run or political PAC
really
run.
sad.
So yeah, it is very sad, but that's what they do, and so you're right, they do virtue signal, and I think that them contesting these states individually, which they have every right to do, it's just that, and I think that they're trying to try to get a certain base, and they have two ways to go. There's a couple different bases out there they're trying to appease, to try to placate to, and they need to decide which base they want to go after, because a lot of these bases are diametrically opposite from each other. It's not one size fits all, and so if that's the base that they want to go after, that they're going to try to contest these electoral counts for it won't be each state, but that would be complete political suicide, although they could. But can you imagine if they tried to contest California? Yeah, okay. But the battleground states, that they were going to contest, now that all this has happened today, it has led into the political bonfire. I mean, this is a huge what's the term? A powder cake. It is a powder cake, and so now they may want to rethink their strategy. And so, to answer your question, Landon, I don't know. I mean, I think that they really might want to step back and go, yeah, you know what? We're not going to be objecting to this, especially for the fact that Trump has not done what he needs to do. He has not denounced these people. He's not actively, in strong enough language, denounced these types of behaviors. And he certainly has not capitulated and conceded. And that, to me, says it all.
Never underestimate self-interest.
And I don't. No, that's the problem. You can't.
I'll say one thing. I'm listening to Biden's speech. Whoever's written his speech has written a knock it out of the park speech. He's just not delivering it.
He's not selling it. Yeah, as well. He's not being forceful. He's not an impassionate man.
He's in shock. He
Yeah.
looks as though he's in shock. Like he genuinely looks upset. I'll give him that. But the speech itself is like, if you were to just read it as a transcript, it's a bloody good speech.
I don't doubt for a moment he's not. I mean, I don't think he's such a person like Trump is. I think he actually believes that this is horrific. That what is going on is undermining democracy. That is an insurrection. I think that he actually holds that to be true. I think he does care about the democratic process. At least much more than Trump ever did. That's for damn sure. But
it's sad.
yeah, well, I mean, this is not how I expected my day to go today. To do this type of I don't know what the word is. We're not journalists or reporters, but I guess a live streaming on this. Landon and I were talking about the process itself. We wanted to explain the constitutionality of it and what was going to be happening today, and then go do the live count as it happened and show each state in order to get over that 270 to officially have the president, which was supposed to happen today. And that changed on the fly because of these protesters, and seems to be a death now. A woman was apparently shot and killed. It doesn't say by whom, but I'm pretty well certain it probably was military police. Yeah. So.
Well, it's all crazy. I am going to run because I've got to go and get kids breakfast and everything. So I've literally I'm only had a coffee this morning, so I've got to go and still wake up and try and comprehend what's going on. But look, I guess from the outside looking in, I really hope that your country gets it together. I really genuinely do, because people in Australia, we love America. We think you guys are,
and I love Australians.
We give you a hard time, but we actually do like you. So I genuinely hope that
I am a big fan of Australians, man. I love Australians, and I actually don't record me on this, but I actually like Canadians too. But don't tell them that, because
Ooh.
Yeah, they're how the
I'm going to scream. I'm going to get that and just replay it. And
well, I think against Canada is they get all the beautiful, talented people, and it's just like, well, what the hell's left?
So I was listen. I was a minute and listened to the Biden speech. One thing in particular, again, it seemed pretty. He seemed pretty genuine. I don't know even if it was just off the cuff or it was written, but he delivered it with a lot of passion. One of the things that he did in his usual salutation that he does for this speech is he proceeded with saying, "Trump is trying to step up." And then, God bless the United States and troops and and he left, and then the sound cut out, and apparently a reporter shouted something, and he turned around and began to respond. And basically, and it appears what to say. The reporter says, "What message do you have for President Trump?" And he said, "Enough is enough. Time to step up." Right.
And when he means step up, I think he means step out.
Well, step up and because the president could go on television and say, "Don't do this."
Oh yeah. No, and I know that's what the intent
which he should do.
Which he absolutely should do.
I've got to run. Really good to talk to you all this morning, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, man.
Right.
Appreciate it. And we'll get some more covers on Over and Under, because this is not going away anytime soon, and I'm sure there's much more we can talk about. But thank you. Enjoy your breakfast, man.
Have fun.
Go do your thing.
We'll catch you.
All right. Now we can talk shit about the Australians after you leave.
That's right. It's an honorable country. So one of the things in particular that I know that happens when they have this glass thing is that there's also a way that the documents and save stuff are secured. I hope that staff members, did the right thing and evacuating the process.
Oh yeah, I'm sure those mahogany boxes are well secured.
Well, but also I'm talking about there's other stuff happening too, right? There's secure rooms and so forth there.
All right, so I mean, what do you want to go from here? Do you want to end this and just kind of follow along off air, or?
I was happening. So again, what happened was that the sound ended on Biden's speech, because they thought he's leaving. Thank you very much. Sorry to keep raping. He walked off, and then there was another question, and they turned the sound back on because they came out and responded back to saying, tell Trump's time to step up.
Which I don't think he's going to do. If he
got
does,
on the House floor later. They let me in because sorry.
Go ahead.
So I think again the question becomes, when does Congress reconvene?
It's still up in the air. We no way of knowing. I would think that they would reconvene after curfew tonight, but who knows, right?
Yeah, and then they have the option to reconvene
in a secure
off-site,
location, yes,
or on site, and I think that'll be a political assessment as well as security assessment. I mean, politically speaking, you would want the Capitol to restore. You would not want the
You want
protests.
to show that there's a process in place, and you don't want to show weakness. So I think they want to continue with that.
And this is a point where, particularly in crossing the lines to occupy, it becomes a national threat, and the United States should respond measured and accordingly. Now, again, U.S. has not fallen, right?
Real quick.
What are the things? Go ahead.
Real quick, this is important. So Donald Trump has issued something 1 minute ago. I'm going to play it for everybody because I haven't listened to it myself. You won't be able to hear unless you're listening to the outside. Are you listening to the outside feed?
I can't hear the outside feed. Let me.
I can give you the tweet. I can give you the tweet so you can listen to it yourself. Okay. Want me to do that? So give me 1 second, and I will play this. So let me give it to you directly, and you can listen to it at the same time everybody else is. Okay. Sound good?
Okay. I'm going to Twitter here, waiting for your.
All right, we're gonna listen. We're gonna listen to it now. Here we go.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. Very special. Seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. You know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
All right, that infuriates me. Let me tell you why that infuriates me.
Wow.
The amount
wait. Wow. That was disgusting.
It's absolutely repugnant.
Absolutely disgusting.
Repugnant. And let me tell people why. If they, I guarantee in my live chat, he's going to know exactly what I'm going to say. And same as you know, we both listened to this at the exact same time. How repugnant that was. The amount of passive aggressive virtual signaling in trying to calm people down by using hyperinflated inflammatory words like fraudulent, stolen. Everybody knows it. I'm so disgusted at this point.
I'm calling on the President of the United States to resign.
I second that. And if we had any empowerment to do it, I'm speechless. I'm fucking speechless that this person has no moral compass whatsoever. That they even allowed him to go on and say something so inflammatory, so egregious, so without any evidence whatsoever. Because his followers are not going to listen to that kind of thing. They're not going to say, "Oh, well, we're going to go home now." No. Here's the president. We had a stolen election. We're going to fight for you, Mr. President. What a fucking ridiculous 1 minute, self-serving, egotistical, narcissistic prick would go on in a time of crisis.
And he said, we love you. All the people that you talked about, the people that we love you.
It's an empathy thing. It's a plea for emotions, like, we love you kind of thing to try to play on their emotions. I'm sorry. Am I overreacting here? Because I'm not trying to. That
was a disgusting message by the Trump. He was asked to step up, and So I would invite you listen to it again, because you were probably shocked and you didn't pay attention to
the first 5 seconds. I was going to stop it and go, wait a minute here.
So let's listen to it again.
Okay, I'm going to listen to it again. Here, I'm starting from the beginning. Go ahead, starting now.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. You have to have peace. So go home. We love you. Very special. Seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. You know how you feel. But go home and go home in
Wow.
peace.
Yeah, so words like stolen, landslide, everybody knows it, law and order, such a thing can happen where they can take it away, fraudulent, play into hands, evil. These are all words that have inflammatory meanings to them.
Yeah, I would add them to the articles of impeachment, but I know he's not going to be impeached. So,
No, I don't think he's going to be impeached either, obviously. But I mean, would it be the justified thing to do? Yeah, I'm okay with that. But I mean, it's not going to happen. But my goal here is not to advocate for impeachment. My goal is to my audience that recognizes this kind of hyper inflammatory language when it doesn't call when you're trying to de-escalate. You don't use those types of terms, and you certainly don't say, "Hey, you know what? We were screwed. Is it a rigged election? But you have to go home But you have to go home now because we love you." Can I ask my audience? Does anybody out there agree or disagree with me here? Most of the audience looks like it is. If you're agreeing that this was morally reprehensible, press 1. If you can justify anything that Trump said, press 2, because I want to have a talk with those people. But
we have some nice people again who have contributed.
I'm breathing hard right now. I'm seriously. I'm not an emotionally invested person, but I am really upset. I'm flabbergasted. I think it's more shock that you have this kind of arrogance of a president to go on and say things like this in this time of crisis where there's actually insurrection and there's actual people trying to overthrow the democratic process by sedition. And this is how he responds. Fuck you, Trump. Fuck you. Explanatory Minds Project, £5, but doesn't say anything. But thank you, Explanatory Minds Project. Great channel. Who he pontificates on all this stuff too. We got Goddess Scummer, £5. That man is an absolute disgrace who has zero respect for the office he holds and for the country that he represents. I'm going to throw that in there for you, Goddess Scummer, if you don't mind.
Thank you very much.
But I completely agree with you. But I think you're exactly right. He is an absolute disgrace. Trump, you are a disgrace. I've never in my life been ashamed for this country.
That is so discussion. So
until now.
Yeah, I mean, it really is quite. So, would you mind? I would like to on air call the White House.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
Right,
they're whatever their number they have. Sure,
I have it.
Yeah.
Second.
Thank you for calling the White House comment line. The office is temporarily closed. Comment is important to President Donald J. Trump. If you would like to send a message to President Trump, please visit our website at www.whitehouse.gov/contact.
Okay, let's do it online.
Okay.
Whitehouse.gov. Don't go to whitehouse.com. I think that's a porn site. House.gov/contact. See what they're doing, right? Contact the White House, type a message, contact the president, prefix, I'll say Mr. First name, Landon. I'm doing this publicly, right? This is, we do middle name, Curt, Landon name, Noll, no suffix, email. I'll use the email address I use when contacting the White House. .com. Phone. I will type in my.
I'm a little upset here. Actually, quite a bit. I'm trying not to let my emotions get carried away, but I mean, it's.
That was really disgusting.
It was very disgusting. I mean, just beyond. And as Americans, we have a right to be offended by that. Exploratory Mind, anybody does. I mean, in fact, you don't have to be an American to be offended by that. Exploratory Minds Project for £10 more. Okay, America has not fallen, but do not forget Rome didn't fall suddenly as these things are seeds of the same ingredients that had Rome fall. Trump is nothing but a cult leader. And I think that's what that atheist pastor was trying to relate, maybe kind of unwieldy in his wording. Because, it's not exactly the same thing as Rome falling, because America's not going to fall over this. This is not an actual threat to democracy as it appears
You're
to be.
going to see America succeed over this. That's the thing.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. Again, this is what I'm saying. This is not an overthrow of democracy, but it certainly is an attempt in some capacity to do so. But of course, it's not going to succeed. So it's not like Rome in that capacity, in that analogy. But I definitely think there's going to be political ramifications from this for a long period of time. And Trump will be remembered for his inaction and for his blatant virtue, I guess his virtue signaling of some kind. But, his hyper inflammatory language in a time where he should be capitulating. If he was to do that 1 minute in any kind of a shred of decency, it would be, we had an election. I may or may not agree with the results. He can say that, but it is the democratic process, and Biden has won. I capitulate that he is, the incoming president of the United States. And on January 20th, I'm going to leave on Marine One with my head held high with the job that I did, and he can list his accomplishments. I don't give a shit. And then say I concede, and say they're going to give a concession speech later on or something. That would have been, at least to me, a shred of decency. I mean, why couldn't he have done that, Landon?
I don't know. I don't know. All he's really saying to the protesters is, "We love you and respect police and go home in peace." And the election was stolen, and the other side knows it, and da 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 da. Right? He was not addressing America. He was not addressing the world. He was talking to
his followers. Yeah, absolutely. It looks like there's a Republican congresswoman who has introduced a discussional draft to Congress for a resolution to be calling on their expulsion for inciting to overturn the election by violating their oath of duty. They're actually being very serious on this now.
Yeah, I think that's
so. I mean, but this was actually dated yesterday. So the fact that they had to draft it yesterday in preparation for something like this. She says, "I believe the Republican members of Congress who have incited this domestic terror attack through their attempts to overturn the election must face consequences. They have broken their sacred oath of office, and I'll be introducing a resolution calling for the expulsion," which she started drafting yesterday. And you know what? I'm not going to disagree with her. I'm just not going to disagree with her.
She certainly has the right to introduce that resolution. Whether it be taken up.
You know what? The thought at this point is one of those things. I think the thought matters. Well, I'm just morally disgusted right now. I really am.
I think this is important. I'm drafting my message to the White House, because it's one of the things where.
So Twitter has actually disabled comments on this particular video in fear of inciting violence. We're not the only one that think this way. That this is obviously dog whistling to his constituents.
In fact, I tried. I'm glad I had the URL, because I tried to share the content. It says, "We try to prevent this tweet like this that breaks Twitter's rules."
Well, I'm taking a screenshot of it right now.
Yeah.
But like I said, he loses his POTUS account when he loses office, and I'm going to ask my audience right now. I want people to go on record. Do you think that Donald J. Trump is going to lose his actual personal account on Twitter, which is @RealDonaldTrump? Do you think he's going to lose that after he leaves office? Do you think Twitter's going to say, "We've had enough, and you have violated so many things in the past, and you're gone"? I mean, I think it's a very strong possibility, either based upon what he has already said or what he may say in the future. But I don't see him keeping that account for very long. I mean, again, there's no way to predict the future, and this is completely, predictive things, which we cannot know. But what do you guys think? Do you guys think that he Because I definitely think that he should. That is a fact. I definitely think that he should. But will he? That's the question. Oh.
Like it really is it's good. But on the other hand, I have to say, you're seeing democracy in action. You're seeing.
No, it's working. Yeah, no, democracy's working. I totally agree with you on that. This is what we want to see when these things happen. And I think that the police have handled it quite amicably. I think if anything, they've shown probably too much restraint. But we'll see what happens when the National Guard gets out there, because they've already arrived on scene or are arriving on scene. But the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson apparently has denounced it as disgraceful. Yep. Yep. It angers you, especially it angers the people, like myself, not to try to make it a big issue, but we spent time in the military for this country. I was not a big fan of Clinton, and he was the commander-in-chief, but he was the commander-in-chief, and we respected that. I have no respect for Trump as commander-in-chief or anything. Now, I understand the concept of you respect the office, not the person, and I get that, and I do understand the mindset behind that, but there's nothing about this man that I find in any way, shape, or form to hold any respect for. There's just none. Absolutely freaking none.
So the question becomes, I think in this case, the message of the president is very, very, very simple. You use the title, Dear Mr. President. Having listened to your video tweet of 2020, January 6th, 1317 Pacific, and then I list the URL where they captured it, I hereby request you to resign effective immediately. Thank you. I give my name, my address, phone number required, and email reply.
And where's that at? What site is that?
So what you do is, because that's what the instructions were, right? You go to whitehouse.gov, don't go to .gov/contact, right? www.whitehouse.com/contact. Right? And by the way, anyone can do this. You don't have to be an American citizen to do that. It's a message type, contact the president. Prefix, I'll put my name. I'll say Mr. Landon. I will give my middle name, Curt. Last name, Noll. No suffix. I'll give my email. I use in White House correspondence. I'll give my phone number. Country, United States. Street, I'll give my contact address here. They want my city. There. State is Washington, right? So you put your contact address in there. And by the way, you can do this if you're in another country, right? You don't have to be an American citizen to do this. I put in my zip code and what we'd like to say, right?
Isn't it pretty amazing, though, real quick, that Twitter has to basically put kid gloves on and babysit this dude? I mean, the turn off replies instantaneously. That was pretty quick. Somebody there. Okay, I guarantee it. There is a job post. There is a job out there where all you do is sit and you watch the president's tweets. That's all this person does. You know that's the case. And I'm sure there has to be more than one. They probably want 8-hour, 12-hour shifts. But that's somebody doing this all the time. Yes.
Which I should say, resign the office of President of the United States. Immediately. This is just that's enough, right?
Yep.
Again, it's respectful. Dear Mr. President, having listened to your video tweet of blah, 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 you're all blah, 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 I hereby request that you resign the office of President of the United States effective immediately.
Immediately, too. I mean, it's just...
Any other comments before I haven't sent that yet, but any other comments on that? I mean, because again, to be respectful, to be polite.
Yeah, no, and I hold to that. Yeah, I mean, I think that everybody has a right to call for president to resign and do so in a respectful manner. I completely think you should respectfully do that. Of course, it's more of a show thing, But yeah, I definitely think that, of course, he needs to resign. He needs to resign today. Now, yeah, well, everything you send goes, I assume, on record, on a permanent record of some kind to the White House.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'm flabbergasted that he has not resigned. It blows my mind.
But because it's beyond. It was a thing where I could sit there and say, okay, he hasn't conceded, and technically until they do the certification, da da da. But I think he is morally culpable on creating conditions that happened, and I think his response to it is even worse. Right?
Yeah,
Than
that response was horrific.
And so I think just Mr. President, having listened to your video tweet of blah, there, because I have the timestamp here. I hereby, and let's actually make sure that URL still works. Be accurate here. Yep. It's there. I got the timestamp. I should probably say, yeah, I said Pacific, blah blah blah, 9:17 p.m. Okay, I think that's it. Just it's very polite. It's very factual, saying, having listened to this tweet, I hereby request that you resign the office of President of the United States effective immediately. What do you think?
Yeah, no, that works for me. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to press send. It's been sent. All right, I sent it. That took a lot.
I've been really angry this year. I mean, it's only been 6 days, and I got to tell you, I don't remember going into a new year this angry. This many things that I just have every right to be pissed off about, and I'm not a person who generally stays pissed off for very long. You see me, historically, I'll get upset, and I'll have my little, rant like any YouTuber does. I think that's kind of normal. But I can safely tell you right now, I've never gone into a year with this much disgust and this much hatred and this much loathing for people in society as a whole and for specific individuals and things that have been happening overall. That and it's not like it's like, oh well, people are getting to you. No, it's not that. It's not that at all. It is the fact that it has reminded me daily that we have a very long way to go. As a society, as a community, as people, that all of us, that I know the people who watch this channel, almost all of them have the same ethical values that we all share, whether they appeal to whatever normative ethical theory they have. They're good people. I don't have, in general, shitty people that follow me, except for the trolls, obviously. But I'm talking about the people that watch my stuff to actually learn and listen. They're good people. And I can't imagine any of them right now not being outraged out of the shit that's gone on in 2021 already.
Yeah, and I think, again, and with all with deliberate disagreement on other things that other guy said, you're seeing America work, right? You're seeing.
Is that? But is it? I agree with that. But it's small consolation. It's small consolation.
And, this thing applies. Sorry, trademark Canada, to the rest of the world that you're having.
You're going to owe them some royalties, by the way.
Yes. Anyway, this t-shirt's on sale. Yeah. I was going. But anyway, but
go ahead.
Back to.
Okay, let me read this real quick. Kawasa 5001, December 2020. Well, he's only got 1 month left. What harm possibly can he do with only 1 month left? Yeah, December. Yeah, hold my beer. January said, right?
Yeah.
By the way,
I
was just saying.
I'm going to point out to on regarding the bet, right? Because we have the the bet here going on. The bet was that the joint session, House and Senate certified. We didn't say what day it was, right? It was when they certify the election and count the election. That's going to be the thing. So it doesn't look like we're going to be able to settle the bet today. But
Yeah, and might have to bet out there for $20 too, and doesn't look like anybody will settle that unless McCobb capitulates because he should, because he knows he's already lost. And it's not the money. None of this is about the money. $20 is it's all a principle thing.
And she, I like the fact that she stood up to the back because the nice thing is that charity wins, right? None of us, I don't get any money, and I was going to indicate that.
I get $20, but I'm using it to buy alcohol. I'm going to straight up tell you right now. I'm not going to front on that.
Ask. If she had to pay, which looks like it does, but you never know because what they'll certify. If she has to pay, then I would ask, that and it was on American dollars that the money go towards habitat.
And she has to do a Bollywood dance.
What?
And Manya has to do a Bollywood dance.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she's a professional.
But again,
well, not professional, but she's.
It's not because she was a Trump supporter.
No, not by any means.
She was in good faith suggesting, and even I on the general election night thought that I lost.
Well, I mean, we
said no. Look at the trend line and
yeah, we had to go by what we had at the time. That was all, and I don't regret that by any means. Yeah, I don't regret that. I think that we made the right call given the data we had. But things changed. Things changed rapidly. By the way, I think our election coverage was really good, and I think that our predictive modeling that we had was pretty well spot on initially. I think that Florida was that swing that really changed everything. But I mean, we were really close, dude. Really, really close. As a matter of fact, like I said, I think that you and I need to do more of these things. I think that we make a very good team on these things. I mean, in fact, I'm surprised we haven't done a podcast already. I know,
I certainly would like to look forward to being on your show other times for their the science stuff. We do science.
Well, that's why I want to get back to the DEF CON 1 science every so often. I miss that, and I miss you doing these things. So,
because Madame Pele. Kilauea Volcano is doing amazing things right now. She started, as the vernacular goes, she started her dance on December 21st, and wow, has she done spectacular things. And the nice thing, it's nice and contained inside a little lava lake and so forth, so it's really, really, really pretty, and it's not a disaster. It's actually something quite glorious and quite astounding what's out there. So we'll have to do a show sometime to talk about what's happening there as a DEF CON science thing, because Kilauea is putting on a marvelous show, and if it wasn't for the pandemic, I'd already be there helping a measurements.
Yeah, whatever works. I'm okay with that.
But still, I want to give people a sense of hope.
And I agree with you. Look, I'm not trying to be a pessimist. I'm not that type of person. I do look at all the alternatives, and I look at the an optimistic point of view. And I agree with you. Democracy is going to win out. This is going to be a non-factor as far as any kind of turning over anything. Right. And they'll get the vote certified, and they will have whatever objections they want from the individual states on the battleground states that want to have internal record to get those votes thrown out. But unfortunately, the reality is that even if they got those votes thrown out, and even if it did go to the
armed troops are going through the Capitol corridor when we're going.
So even if they got the votes thrown out enough to get it below that 270 where it got thrown to the House, did be the vote, Trump still wouldn't win. So he is done. It's all this is a formality stuff, but it is a formality that's necessary. It still has to happen, and right now it is on hiatus because of these protesters, and it is on, like I don't know what word to use. Break, I guess. I mean, it's just, I mean, they need to get back to it, but will that be today after the curfew at 6:00? And will there be more arrest after the curfew? Matter of fact, what I would recommend this. How about we end this here? We'll monitor their situation, all of us. If there's something worth going on later, I'll let you know, and we can monitor the thing from then, if they continue on with the votes, whether it be tonight or tomorrow or whatever, or if they have things with the protest. But other than that, and that again, maybe not, to go on air again about it, but, And
God's auditor, understand, Steve and I both listened to it twice.
Yeah.
And the result was that I actually sent a message to the president asking the president to resign the office of the president of the United States effective immediately. It was one of the most disgusting. This was not a political disagreement. This is as American, but
yeah, Twitter made turn off the comments, and they made the inability to even like it, supposedly. So they even recognize, they took off the likes too. They even recognize how detestable this is. right? I mean, they are literally holding his hand and going, you can't do this. This is bad. They even have the disclaimer: this claim of election fraud is disputed, and this tweet can't be replied to, retweeted, or liked due to a risk of violence. They recognize that these words are inflammatory. They recognize there is a risk factor to be had, and he did not diffuse any of it. So it's not just me. It's not just Landon. It's not my audience. It is Twitter themselves is recognizing this. This is blatant. Blatant.
And
Due to
so
risk
it
of
is
violence. Yes, that's on there. Yes.
again.
That's
I want to give you a measure of hope, because you might be sitting there really scared, really concerned, really upset, whatever way. Understand there's a lot of passions being held high. Understand that the authorities in Washington have shown remarkable restraint. People doing. Understand that the United States is still functioning. This is not Rome falling. Again, I will condemn that statement.
Yeah, I
made by
get that. I get that.
And understand that this is how the system works. They will reconvene Congress. The United States will go forward. I hope, for the sake of the people in DC, that they respect the curfew and stay inside. If I were a DC resident, I'd leave, right? But because I don't trust what's happening, particularly for the president that was dog whistling. That's his expression.
Right.
To
Exactly.
tell people, go home, we love you, right? But America will continue. This government will continue. The Electoral College will be certified. I hope that the people who breached the Capitol will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Right. I hope that the National Guard and the troops. In fact, I got another picture of somebody where, again, they're in the Capitol and they're being advised, stay safe. That because they wanted to let people know there's going to be people with guns coming in and they're sweeping the place. Don't be alarmed and identify where you are so they know who's what, right? So they're doing ID checks, and the person got a message out. I'm not sure how, but they got a message out through a set, through some means to show that image of this. This is the place hacked by troops.
Twitter has locked, according to Intrinsic Plamies, Twitter locked the Trump campaign account, saying a post about the Bidens violated his rules. Shocking. So he can't post there. All right, so we'll wrap this up. I do got to eat, even though I'm on my diet. I still have to eat. I think what you said is a good way to wrap it. What you said is I couldn't agree more with. So go ahead.
Please remain positive. 2021 is going to be a much better year. Steve, let's just say, let's you and I try to reconvene when the Electoral College count restarts, and we'll watch.
Yeah, we'll keep each other posted. Yep.
Thank you again for folks.
I will let people know what I'm doing this weekend real quick. And by the way, I do want to thank again my moderators and my members and my Patreons, all you guys that have been supporting this channel. I'm going into 2021 with high expectations for the content that's going to be putting out on this channel, on Cheshire's channel, on a couple other channels that we've been working with. And we are going to be trying to put out a lot of stuff, whether it be political science, mathematics, physics, whatever. We are going to be doing a lot of stuff. So please spread the word. Please like the videos. Please share them. And if you want to become a member, that's great. You get a little green name, and that's cool because we like green. But I will tell you that this weekend we are having a rum and coke night in Landon. Hopefully you can make it. I know you tend to. We're going to be having.
Which day?
We are having a rum and coke night this Saturday at 5:00 Pacific, and we have a special guest. The lovely, the amazing, the beautiful, the super fantastic. I could say like everybody's dream girl. Christy Santiago is going to be joining us to talk about the state of basically humanism and things on the internet, and Leah Project, which is League of Extraordinary Atheist Humanists, and just to ingratiate us with her presence, because I am sorry. this is going to sound odd, and I'm going to phrase it this way on purpose, but Christy Santiago is like a dog. And if you hate dogs, you are a shitty person. So if you hate Christy Santiago, you're a shitty person. So that's my comparison. You're like, I'm comparing her to a dog. But she knows what I mean.
Rum and Coke night, January 9th, Saturday at 5 p.m. Pacific.
Yeah, 1700. Because we were just talking the other day, Cheshire and I, about, look, one of our litmus tests is if you hate dogs, if you're not you don't have to be necessarily a dog person, but if you just are actively somebody who hates dogs, I just distrust you. And Christy Santiago is one of those people that if you just don't like her, there's something wrong with you, because she's just an amazing person. So, guys, thank you very much for watching this. This was I got to tell you, emotionally draining, dude. Emotionally draining.
And who knows, when it'll be, if it's going to be tomorrow or the next day. I mean, we'll have to watch in terms of when they think it's time to reconvene.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, guys, with that, good night.